Hazrat Ali, I am the house of wisdom, and Ali is its door. By Rashida Nur Muhammad Hunzai. Acknowledgements. I am very grateful to Duri Maknoon Zahir for retyping this document, which had been lost in the bowels of an earlier computer. Nizar Habib is responsible for the format and layout of this essay, which he has enhanced by his design skills. As evident from the endnotes, there are many quotations which are from primary sources, and I am indebted to Dr. Fakir Muhammad Hunzai, who translated them from Arabic into English, thus adding originality to this essay. Important note: the following symbols have been used in the essay with the names of holy personalities. They have been used only once when the name appears the first time. Sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam. May Allah send blessings and peace through him and his progeny. Alayhi salam. Alayha salam. May peace be through him, her. Table of Contents. Introduction. Part 1. The special bond between Prophet Muhammad and Hazrat Ali. Introduction. Hazrat Ali's childhood. First to accept Islam. Hazrat Ali's declaration on the occasion of inviting the nearest kin, Dawati Ashira. Hazrat Ali fulfills his promise. The night of the Prophet's Hijrah, the first year in Medina. Hazrat Ali's marriage to Hazrat Fatima al-Zahra. The debate with the Christians of Najran. The expedition to Tabuk, and the appointment of Hazrat Ali to deputize for the Prophet in Medina. Hazrat Ali is asked to recite the Surah-e-Bara'ah in Makkah. A summary of prophetic traditions or ahadith related to Hazrat Ali with a reference to this section only. Part 2. Gadirekum and the Hadith al-Sakalain, that is the tradition of the two significant or weighty things. Part 3. Hazrat Ali as the foremost defender of Islam. Battle of Badr. Battle of Uhud. Battle of Khandak or trench, ditch, moat. The Battle of Khaybar. The conquest of Makkah and the purification of the Kaaba from idols. The Battle of Hunain. Summary. Part 4. Hazrat Ali's knowledge of the Holy Quran. The complementary roles of the Prophet and his asas in the Holy Quran. Part 5. Hazrat Ali as a worldly caliph. Introduction. The years following the death of Prophet Muhammad. Hazrat Ali is elected caliph. Battles of Jamal, Siffin and Nahrawan. Part 6. Hazrat Ali restores a just society of the Islamic vision. Part 7. Hazrat Ali's lasting impact on the faith and culture of Islam. Hazrat Ali and Sufism, Tasawwuf. Hazrat Ali and jurisprudence, fiqh. Hazrat Ali as a calligrapher. Hazrat Ali as an orator. Hazrat Ali and Arabic grammar. Hazrat Ali's khutbahs, letters and maxims. Part 8. Hazrat Ali's kunyas and titles. Hazrat Ali's titles. Part 9. Conclusion. Bibliography. Endnotes. Appendix A. Caliph Ali's letter to Malik Ashtar. Appendix B. the family of Prophet Muhammad and Hazrat Ali. Introduction. Hundreds of books in many different languages have been written about Hazrat Ali, the first Imam of the sixth cycle, the cycle of Prophet Muhammad, the seal of prophets. Hazrat Ali's history is inextricably woven with that of the mission of Islam. He was the cousin, son-in-law, deputy, Khalifa, minister, wazir, and chief marshal of our holy Prophet Muhammad. He was designated legatee, wasi, or asas by the Holy Prophet at the historic events of Dawati Ashira and Gadirikum. He was therefore the asas, or foundation imam, of an unbroken chain of imams. It is clear from the above that Hazrat Ali lived during a period of history by turns turbulent, challenging, and dangerous. This fact alone makes it difficult to write about Hazrat Ali. However, there are other factors which compound the difficulty of writing about him. Hazrat Ali's personality comprised such seemingly opposite characteristics that many a writer and historian has failed to grasp his true reality. For example, Hazrat Ali was the bravest and invincible soldier of Islam, yet he displayed the greatest compassion for his enemies, even in the thick of battle. Many examples are recorded of how he spared the lives of his enemies. When Hazrat Ali emigrated from Mecca to Medina, he found himself in greatly straitened circumstances, having left all his possessions behind. However, as Islam spread and the Muslims won battle after battle, their wealth also increased. Hazrat Ali became the worldly caliph of Islam, and as such the head of a wealthy state. Nevertheless, he continued to live the simple life of a darwish. He was completely unaffected in his person or his behavior by the change in his material circumstances. One of his famous sayings is, "Kun fid dunya wala lid dunya," that is, be in the world but not for the sake of the world. Hazrat Ali, in addition to his supremacy on the battlefield, was the acknowledged master of the pen and the tongue. None could surpass him in combat, in writing, or in oratory. Hazrat Ali's comprehensive qualities, in each of which he was at the peak of excellence, makes it extremely difficult for historians to write a balanced history about him. Many have often resorted to miracles to provide an explanation for his supremacy in every conceivable field. This paper is written with a number of important premises in mind. Hazrat Ali's life is portrayed with due regard to balance. The first section describes his unique relationship with the Holy Prophet Muhammad, culminating in the momentous event of Qadir-e-Kum. He is next shown as the foremost soldier of Islam, about whom the angels recited, "La fatah illa Ali la sayfa illa Zulfikar," and the exact meaning of this phrase is discussed. In later sections, Hazrat Ali's knowledge of the Quran, his contribution to Arabic calligraphy and grammar, his supremacy as an orator and writer, his unsurpassed skill as a judge, his far-reaching social reforms are all discussed in detail. Secondly, wherever possible, the information is culled from primary sources. For example, much use has been made of Nahjul Balagha, which is a collection of Hazrat Ali's own sermons, letters and maxims. However, since the two translations used were not always accurate, the quotations and excerpts used have been specially translated for this paper. Secondary sources have been used selectively, and as far as possible, both Sunni and Shia sources have been quoted. Orientalist sources, however, have been sparingly used. For instance, only in the section on Hazrat Ali and Tasawwuf, Gadir-e-Kum, Hazrat Ali as a calligrapher, and Hazrat Ali's titles. In the last section, it is demonstrated how misleading some of the sources can be. Finally, this paper has been written primarily for the voluntary teachers of religious education and parents who are the initial teachers. Its main objective is to form a solid foundation of information about Hazrat Ali, based on which they can convey a balanced portrait of Hazrat Ali to their students, a portrait which can inspire awe and admiration, and at the same time a deep love for him and his progeny. Part 1. The special bond between Prophet Muhammad and Hazrat Ali. Introduction. Hazrat Ali was born on the 13th day of the month of Rajab, in the year approximately 601 CE, about 30 years after the birth of Prophet Muhammad. It is said that Hazrat Fatima bint Asad, Hazrat Ali's mother, was visiting the Kaaba. Since it was the month of Rajab, there were many pilgrims from all over the Arabian Peninsula also visiting the sacred house. However, there was an important difference between Hazrat Fatima bint Asad and the other Arabs. Whereas most of the others were pagans and idol worshippers, the members of the house of the Prophet were believers in one God, being descended from Hazrat Ismail. They were worshippers of one God, as substantiated by the following verses of the Quran. And afterward we inspired you, Muhammad, saying, follow the religion of Abraham as one by nature upright, Hanif. He was not of the idolaters. Surah 16, verse 123. And strive for Allah with the endeavor which is His right. He has chosen you and has not laid upon you in religion any hardship. The faith of your brother Abraham is yours. He has named you Muslims of old time, and in this scripture that the messenger may be a witness against you, and that you may be witnesses against humankind. So establish worship, pay the religious due, and hold fast to Allah. He is your protecting friend, a blessed advocate and a blessed helper. Surah 22, Ayah 78. Hazrat Fatima bint Asad started her birth pains in the Kaaba. Hazrat Ali was therefore born in the holy precincts of the sacred house. It is well known that he alone was born in the Kaaba and martyred in a masjid in Kufa. His mother, in the absence of his father, Hazrat Maulana Abu Talib, named him Asad and Haydar, both of which mean lion. Hazrat Maulana Abu Talib, on his return to Makkah, called him Zayd. However, when the Prophet returned to Makkah, he gave him the name Ali, which means high, lofty, sublime, etc. Hazrat Ali's childhood. It is recorded by several historians that in the early years of Hazrat Ali's childhood, Mecca suffered a severe famine. Prophet Muhammad and his uncle, Hazrat Abbas, were men of means. they each took a child from Hazrat Maulana Abu Talib to ease his situation. Hazrat Abbas took Hazrat Jafar, Prophet Muhammad took Hazrat Ali into his family. Other reasons are also given for Hazrat Ali's adoption by Prophet Muhammad. It is said that Prophet Muhammad showed his gratitude for his own adoption by Hazrat Maulana Abu Talib when he was orphaned as a child and his grandfather Maulana Abd al-Muttalib also died. It is even suggested that the Prophet had lost both of his baby sons, Qasim and Abdullah, and therefore he took Hazrat Ali in as a son. It could be that in addition to the above reasons, Prophet Muhammad adopted Hazrat Ali at such a tender age in order to prepare him for the great destiny which awaited him. Whatever the real reason, the upbringing of Hazrat Ali under the constant and loving supervision of Prophet Muhammad ensured that from the very beginning of his life, Hazrat Ali absorbed the high qualities and noble virtues of the Prophet. In the words of one writer, he, Prophet Muhammad, lived in the midst of his society as an island of knowledge, wisdom, and civilization surrounded by an ocean of barbarism and ignorance. Hazrat Ali, from his very childhood, benefited from this island of knowledge, wisdom, and civilization of the Prophet. In his own words, in Nahjul Balagha, Hazrat Ali says, "And he, the Messenger of God, never found an untruth in my words or any wrong in my deeds. God had attached to him, Muhammad, from the time of his weaning, the greatest of his angels to walk through the path of virtue and to teach him the highest ethics of the world. And I was following him, as a baby following his mother. He used to raise for me every day a banner of his ethics and command me to follow it. He used to seclude himself every year in Hira, and I was with him when no one else could see him. And during the early period of Islam, there was only one house sheltering the Messenger of God, Khadija, and myself as their third, seeing the light of revelation and smelling the fragrance of prophethood." First to accept Islam. Prophet Muhammad started to receive revelation around the age of 40. At that time, Hazrat Ali was a boy of around 10 years. A great deal of controversy exists about who was the first to accept the Prophet's divine mission. A compromise solution put forward by some historians is that Hazrat Khadija was the first woman to accept Islam, Hazrat Abu Bakr the first man, and Hazrat Ali the first boy to do so. However, in the light of the description of Hazrat Ali's childhood, see section above, during which he lived and breathed Islam with the Prophet, the question of whether he accepted Islam first becomes irrelevant. Further, as we have seen in the section above about his mother, that there were in Arabia well-established monotheists called Hanifs, who were following the religion of their forefathers, Hazrat Abraham and his son Hazrat Ismail, whose line was continuing in the house of the Prophet's grandfather, Hazrat Maulana Abd al-Muttalib. In other words, Hazrat Khadija and Hazrat Ali's accepting the prophethood of Hazrat Muhammad was not in the sense of converting from idolatry or any other faith, but in the sense of confirming the Prophet's exalted status and supporting his mission. Hazrat Ali's declaration on the occasion of inviting the nearest kin, Dawat-e-Ashira. 3 years after the Prophet's revelation started, he received the following command from Allah. and warn your nearest kin, and lower your wing in kindness unto those believers who follow you. Surah 26, Ayat 214 and 215. In accordance with this command, the Prophet invited the descendants of Hazrat Maulana Abdul Muttalib, some 40 men, to a meal. After they had eaten, the Prophet addressed them, telling them of his sacred mission and inviting them to accept Islam. He ended by saying, O children of Abdul Muttalib, Banu Abdul Muttalib, follow me and you will be the kings and rulers of the earth. God has surely never sent a prophet without appointing his vicegerent, wasi, minister, wazir, heir, waris, brother, akh, and wali, legatee. Who among you then will be my vicegerent, my heir, brother, and minister? The kinsmen present kept silent. The Prophet then asked this question to each of them individually, but there was no response. Only Hazrat Ali, at this time, no more than 13 years old, and the youngest among them, was left. The Prophet then asked him, and he replied, O Messenger of God, I will be. The Prophet said, Yes, O Ali, you will be. Hazrat Ali fulfills his promise. Hazrat Ali's words, O Messenger of God, I will be, so confidently pronounced at this tender age, was shortly seen to be true. Soon after the family meal, the Prophet started to proclaim his message publicly. This aroused the anger of the powerful clans of Makkah. For the next few years, until the Hijrah, this anger was expressed in diverse ways, ranging from young Meccan boys throwing stones and spitting at the Prophet to economic and social ostracism by the Meccan clans, finally ending in a plot to assassinate the Prophet. During all these trials and tribulations, Hazrat Ali was at the Prophet's side. As a teenage boy, he accompanied the Prophet around the streets of Makkah. So well known was his reputation and zeal for defending the Messenger of Allah that no Meccan urchin dared to throw a stone at Prophet Muhammad when Hazrat Ali was at his side. The night of the Prophet's Hijrah. The years passed. In spite of persecution and opposition, Prophet Muhammad continued to preach Islam openly and fearlessly. As the number of converts to Islam increased steadily, so too did the anger and enmity of the Quraysh, the most powerful tribe in Makkah. During these first troubled years, some members of the two major tribes of Yathrib, Aus, and Khazraj had accepted Islam on the Prophet's hand, and he had been assured of a cordial welcome to that city. In order to safeguard the lives of his followers, the Prophet had encouraged them to emigrate to Medina in small groups. This period of uncertainty and outright persecution culminated in a plot to assassinate Prophet Muhammad. One member of each clan of Makkah joined the conspiracy to kill the Prophet. It was decided to carry out this murder quite openly, since every clan was involved in it. The Prophet knew of this plot against his life, and he decided to leave Makkah on the very night designated for his death. However, in order to foil his enemies, who had already surrounded his house, the Prophet asked Hazrat Ali to cover himself with his usual coverlet and to lie in his bed. Hazrat Ali's foremost concern was the safety of the Holy Prophet. Without the slightest hesitation, he took the Prophet's place in his bed. He was completely unperturbed about facing the anger and frustration of the plotters when they discovered in the morning that the Prophet had eluded them. historians agree that the selfless service which Hazrat Ali rendered to the Prophet and the cause of Islam on that particular night has no equal. It is said that the following verse of the Holy Quran refers specifically to this sacrifice of Hazrat Ali. And of humankind is he who would sell himself seeking the pleasure of Allah, and Allah has compassion on his bondman. Surah 2, verse 207. On this same occasion, Prophet Muhammad had charged Hazrat Ali with another responsibility. Prophet Muhammad, known as Al-Amin, the most trustworthy man in Makkah, was entrusted with the custody of the valuables of a number of Makkans. Hazrat Ali discharged the duty of returning the possessions of the various Meccans over the next 3 days. When he finished this task, he escorted several women of the Prophet's household to join the Prophet in Medina. The first year in Medina. The arrival of Prophet Muhammad with a small band of Muslims in Yathrib was to be the turning point in the history of Islam. To mark this momentous occasion, the city of Yathrib was renamed Madinatun Nabi, the city of the Prophet. It was here, in Medina, that Prophet Muhammad was able to put into practice the tenets of Islam, unhindered by the enmity and opposition of the pagans of Makkah. One of his first public actions was to declare a bond of brotherhood between members of the Muhajirun, immigrants, and the Ansar, helpers, that is, Medinans. This was a revolutionary step, since it replaced the age-old ties of blood kinship and clan loyalties with the Islamic bond of spiritual brotherhood. The Muhajirun, immigrants, had left Makkah in unhappy circumstances. Leaving behind all their material possessions, they had chosen to follow the Prophet and the religion of Islam. By designating one member of the immigrants as a brother to one Medinan, the Prophet also ensured that the young Muslim community would demonstrate practically a spirit of sharing and cooperation. During the ceremony of assigning brothers between the Muhajirun and the Ansar, it is reported that at the end only Hazrat Ali remained. At this time, the Prophet said to Hazrat Ali, "You are my brother in this world and in the hereafter." This famous episode is recorded by all historians of Islamic history. There are some interesting points to consider in it. Hazrat Ali was already related by blood to Prophet Muhammad, since he was his first cousin. He was also 30 years younger than the Prophet. What did this brotherhood imply? It was a reaffirmation of the Prophet's earlier statement in Makkah on the occasion of inviting the nearest kin, as well as an indication to the spiritual relationship between him and Hazrat Ali, and an echo of another famous hadith: "I am from Ali, and Ali is from me." Hazrat Ali's marriage to Hazrat Fatima al-Zahra. The marriage of Hazrat Ali to Hazrat Fatima, the only daughter of the Prophet, took place in the second year of the Hijrah. A number of the outstanding companions of the Prophet, some rich citizens of Medina, as well as many mighty chiefs of Arab clans, had tried to woo the hand of Fatima al-Zahra. The Prophet had refused all their offers. However, when Hazrat Ali declared his intention, the Prophet readily agreed. Hazrat Ali and Hazrat Fatima were married at a simple ceremony, and she moved to his house after the Battle of Badr. In the 2 succeeding years, she bore 2 sons, Hazrat Hassan and Hazrat Hussain, about whom the famous hadith of the Prophet is, Hassan and Hussain are the leaders of the youth of paradise. History books abound in the descriptions of the exemplary life that Hazrat Ali, Hazrat Fatima and their children led. Even though Hazrat Ali was the brother and son-in-law of the Prophet and the outstanding hero of the battles of Badr, Uhud, Khaybar and Hunain, their daily life consisted of hard work and Spartan simplicity. In the context of the straitened circumstances of the early years in Medina, their generosity to the poor and needy is legend. It is well known that the following verses of the Holy Quran are a direct reference to the incomparable self-sacrifice of Hazrat Ali's family. Lo, the righteous shall drink of a cup whereof the mixture is the water of Kafur, a spring wherefrom the honoured servants of Allah drink, making it gush forth abundantly, because they perform the vow and fear a day whereof the evil is widespreading, and feed with food the needy wretch, the orphan, and the prisoner, for love of him, saying, We feed you for the sake of Allah only. We wish for no reward nor thanks from you. Surah 76, verse 5 to 9. The debate with the Christians of Najran. Najran was an important center of Christianity in Yemen. In the 9th year after the Hijrah, a learned delegation from there arrived to Medina to discuss and debate with the Prophet about Islam and the status of Jesus. The Prophet conducted a dialogue with them. However, the Christians were adamant about Jesus being the Son of God. At this time, the following verse of the Quran was revealed to him. And whoso disputes with you concerning him, after the knowledge which has come unto you, say unto him, Come, we will summon our sons and your sons, and our women and your women, and ourselves and yourselves. Then we will pray humbly to our Lord, and solemnly invoke the curse of Allah upon those who lie. Surah 3, Ayah 61. This type of invocation is called Mubahala, imprecation, in Arabic, and the Prophet, in compliance with the command of Allah revealed to him, summoned Hazrat Ali, Hazrat Fatima, Hazrat Hassan and Hazrat Hussain and gathered them under his cloak. Hazrat Hassan and Hazrat Hussain represented our sons, Hazrat Fatima our women, and Hazrat Ali and Prophet Muhammad ourselves. The choice of personalities in this event is highly significant. Prophet Muhammad did not include any of his wives or other members of his family. The inclusion of Hazrat Ali in the category of ourselves shows the special place he had in the Prophet's esteem. This historical event also confirms that the Holy Prophet had two households. The physical Ahlul Bayt, which comprised his wives, and the spiritual Ahlul Bayt, known as the Baytun Nubuwat wa al-Wahi, house of prophethood and inspiration. The spiritual Ahlul Bayt are also called the Panchtan-i-Pak, or the five holy personalities. When the Christians of Najran saw that the Prophet had gathered together those most near and dear to him, they lost their confidence and declined to participate in the Mubahala. They chose instead to sign a treaty and pay the jizya, poll tax. The expedition to Tabuk and the appointment of Hazrat Ali, to deputize for the Prophet in Medina. In the year 630 AD, the Prophet mounted a major military expedition to the northern areas of Arabia to check on the expansionist moves of the Byzantine Empire, which had finally routed the Persians. The Prophet asked Hazrat Ali to remain behind to look after his family and Medina. The enemies of Islam, such as the hypocrites, some Bedouin tribes, and the Meccans, were still actively working against Islam. The Prophet would therefore choose only a man of Hazrat Ali's caliber to deputize for him during his absence. However, no sooner had the expedition set out than the hypocrites spread a rumor that Hazrat Ali had been left behind because he was a burden to the Prophet. Hazrat Ali was so distressed by this that he armed himself and overtook the Prophet at his first halt. He told the Prophet the reason why he had left Medina to join him. The Prophet replied, "Are you not content, Ali, that you are unto me as Aaron was unto Moses, except that there will be no prophet after me?" This hadith, which speaks about the resemblance of Hazrat Ali to Hazrat Aaron, is unanimously accepted by Muslims of all sects and is verified by the Quranic story of Hazrat Moses and Hazrat Aaron, which is not only the most detailed and longest of all the Prophet's stories, but also emphasizes the blood relationship of both the Prophets and their ministers, wazirs. Further, it not only demonstrates once again the special bond between them, but it is a proclamation for the future when Prophet Muhammad would declare Hazrat Ali as his successor. The Holy Prophet instructed Hazrat Ali to return to Medina, much to the consternation of the hypocrites who had hoped to make trouble in his absence. Hazrat Ali is asked to recite the Surah-i-Bara in Makkah. In the 9th year of the Hijrah, a group of Muslims set out on Hajj under the leadership of Hazrat Abu Bakr, whom the Prophet had charged with the responsibility of reciting Suratul Bara, also known as Suratul Tawbah, to the idolaters and polytheists. It is the only chapter in the Holy Quran which does not begin with Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim, because of the harsh nature of its message, which was to abrogate the alliance of the Prophet with the pagan tribes and to forbid henceforth the pilgrimage of any unbeliever or non-Muslim to the holy sanctuary. When the Muslims had travelled some way, the Prophet received a further revelation from Allah, the gist of which was that the Surah-i-Bara, or renunciation or repentance, was only to be delivered by the Prophet himself or a man related to him. The Prophet therefore sent for Hazrat Ali and ordered him to ride his she-camel Al-Azbar and to overtake the pilgrims, to take the surah from Hazrat Abu Bakr and to read it out to the pilgrims gathered in Makkah. The indications in the Prophet's action of withdrawing the recitation of Surah-i-Bara from Hazrat Abu Bakr and giving it to Hazrat Ali according to the command of Allah are very profound. The treaty had been signed by the Prophet with the idolaters, and it could only be abrogated by himself or somebody who could replace him in nobility and high status, somebody who had already been on many occasions singled out as his brother, minister, wazir and vicegerent. A summary of prophetic traditions or a hadith related to Hazrat Ali with reference to this section only. 1. Yes, O Ali, you will be. That is, my vicegerent, my heir, brother and minister. The above hadith was declared by Prophet Muhammad about 3 years after the revelation started, when, in accordance with the command of Allah, he gathered all his near kinsmen at a dinner at his home. Hazrat Ali was only 13 years old at the time. 2. You are my brother in this world and in the hereafter. This statement was made in Medina by the Prophet to Hazrat Ali at the time when the Prophet declared a spiritual brotherhood between the Medinans, Ansar, and the emigrants, Muhajirun. 3. God, these are the members of my house, Ahlul Bayt. Prophet Muhammad made this statement when, in response to the command of Allah, he gathered Hazrat Ali, Hazrat Fatima, Hazrat Hassan and Hazrat Hussein in preparation for the prayer of Mubahala with the Christians of Najran. 4. Are you not content, Ali, that you should be unto me as Aaron was unto Moses, except that there will be no prophet after me? This famous hadith was pronounced by the Prophet when he left Hazrat Ali in charge of Medina during the expedition to Tabuk. 5. No one should deliver it except me or a man from me, or the members of my house, and Ali is from me. This hadith was said when the Prophet asked Hazrat Ali to deliver the Surah-i-Bara to the pagans in Makkah. The above are some of the hadiths about Hazrat Ali, particularly relevant to this first section, which are very famous and have been recorded by writers of all Muslim schools of thought. These and other prophetic traditions about Hazrat Ali were in such wide circulation that the majority of the historians and traditionists from the earliest times had to record them. They were so well known that they even survived the attempts of the people in power in the early century. Part 2. Gadirekum and the Hadith al-Sakalain, that is, the tradition of the two significant or weighty things. In 632 CE, Prophet Muhammad made his final or farewell pilgrimage to Makkah. He was accompanied by thousands of pilgrims from all over the Arabian Peninsula. On their return journey on 18th Zul-Hijjah, 10th March 632, the Prophet called a halt at a place called Gadirekum. It was a marshy area with a pool and some shady trees a few miles from Makkah on the road to Medina. It was from there that the pilgrims dispersed in all directions to return to their homes. The reason for this halt was that Prophet Muhammad wanted to tell them some important news before they departed for their homes, news for which he had received the following revelation. O Messenger, convey that which hath been revealed unto you from your Lord. For if you do it not, you will not have conveyed his message, and Allah will protect you from humankind. Lo, Allah guides not the disbelieving folk. Surah 5, Ayat 67. Jalaluddin Suyuti, a Sunni commentator, says in his Tafsir-i-Duri Mansur 3:398 that this verse used to be recited during the lifetime of the Prophet as follows. Ya ayyuhar rasulu baligh ma unzila ilayka min rabbika anna aliyan mawla al-mu'minina wa illam taf'al fama balaghta risalatahu wallahu ya'asimuka minan nas. That is, O Messenger, convey the command that has been revealed to you about Ali, that he is the Mawla, master of the Mu'mins. For if you do it not, you will not have conveyed his message, and Allah will protect you from humankind. Messengers were sent to gather the pilgrims together. A special pulpit, minbar, from camel and horse saddles was erected for the Prophet. The Prophet praised Allah and led the huge crowd in congregational prayer. When the prayers were over, he made his last public address to the largest gathering before his death 3 months later. He took Hazrat Ali by the arm and made him stand next to him and said, "O people, know that what Aaron was to Moses, Ali is to me, except that surely there shall be no prophet after me, and he is my plenipotentiary, wali, to you after me. Therefore, he to whom I am master, Mawla, Ali is his master." Then he lifted the arms of Ali until the whiteness of his armpits was visible to the people assembled, and said to them, "O God, be affectionate to him who is devoted to Ali. Show enmity to him who is his enemy. Give victory to him who helps Ali, and forsake him who forsakes Ali. And turn the truth in whatever direction he turns." The Prophet continued his address by pronouncing the Hadith al-Sakalain as follows: "I am leaving 2 important things among you, the Book of Allah and my progeny, Itra, the people of my house. If you hold on to both of them, you will never go astray, for they are not going to separate till they will come to me at the pond Kawsar." The Prophet ended his discourse by commanding the gathered assembly, including several of his wives, to give bay'ah to Hazrat Ali. Amongst those who congratulated Hazrat Ali profusely was Umar bin al-Khattab, who is recorded as having said, "I congratulate you, O Ali, today. Hail to you, O Ali. Bravo, bravo, Ali. You have become my master and the master of every believing man and woman." Hassan bin Sabit, who was the Prophet's official poet, composed some verses spontaneously to mark this historic occasion.
Man kuntu mawlahu fa aliyun mawlahu. Allahumma wali man walahu wa adi man adahu.
He of who I am the Mawla, of him Ali is the Mawla. O God, be the friend of he who is his friend, and be the enemy of he who is his enemy, is widely accepted by Muslims of all schools of Islam. According to Jafri, a contemporary scholar, Hussein Ali Mahfouz, in his penetrating researches on the subject of Qadir-e-Kum, has recorded with documentation that this tradition has been narrated by at least 110 companions, 84 tabi'un, those who followed the companions, 355 ulama, 25 historians, 27 traditionists, 11 exegetists, 18 theologians, and 5 philologists. Most of them were later counted by the Sunnis as among their own number. According to the Encyclopedia of Islam, most of those sources which form the basis of our knowledge of the life of the Prophet, Ibn Hisham al-Tabari, Ibn Sa'd, etc., pass in silence over Prophet Muhammad's stop at Qadir-e-Kum, or, if they mention it, say nothing of his discourse. The writers evidently feared to attract the hostilities of the Sunnis who were in power by providing material for the polemic of the Shi'is, who used these words to support their thesis of Ali's right to the caliphate. Consequently, the Western biographers of Prophet Muhammad, whose work is based on these sources, equally make no reference to what happened at Ghadir-e-Khum. It is, however, certain that Muhammad did speak in this place and utter the famous sentence, for the account of this event has been preserved either in a concise form or in detail, not only by al-Yaqubi, whose sympathy for the Alid cause is well known, but also in the collections of traditions which are considered canonical, especially in the Musnad of Ibn Hanbal, and the hadiths are so numerous and so well attested by the different isnads, chains of transmission, that it does not seem possible to reject them. It is clear from the above discussion that the ahadith of Ghadir-e-Khum are too often cited by reputable historians to be denied or doubted by even the most conservative of Sunni authorities. Nevertheless, the real disagreement between the Sunnis and the Shias hinges on the interpretations of certain words. In the famous declaration, "He of whom I am the Mawla, Ali is his Mawla," the word which is interpreted differently is Mawla. Arabic is a rich language in which many words have numerous meanings, including totally opposing ones. The word Mawla has over 20 different meanings, including the opposite ones, master and slave. The Sunnis interpret the word Mawla as meaning a friend or nearest kin, and they assert that the whole event of Ghadir-e-Khum was staged by the Prophet simply to exhort the Muslims to hold his cousin and son-in-law in esteem, and additionally to silence the murmurs of protest and criticism of Hazrat Ali, who on the recent successful expedition to Yemen had been extremely strict and scrupulous about the divisions of the gains. The Shia maintain that it is irrelevant to enter into discussions about the semantic diversity of the word Mawla. It is far more important to examine the context in which it was used. The Prophet first attributed the word to himself and then applied it to Hazrat Ali. Therefore, it is absolutely clear that the Prophet did not wish to convey any of the other meanings of the word Mawla except the one which described his relationship with the Muslims, which, without the slightest dispute, was one of being their master, as affirmed by the Quranic verse 33:6, which states, "The Prophet has a greater right, awla, over the souls of the believers than they themselves." Therefore, according to the Shia, the Prophet addressed this, the largest gathering, shortly before his death, for the single purpose of declaring Hazrat Ali his successor. As is evident from the various ahadiths about Hazrat Ali, the Prophet had on numerous occasions indicated that Hazrat Ali was his brother, executor, successor, as Aaron was to Moses, etc., etc. In the case of the Hadith al-Sakalain, the word whose use is disputed is itra, progeny. The Sunnis claim that the Prophet used the phrase my sunnah, traditions. Even if this argument were accepted, it was widely known that the person who was best aware of the Prophet's sunnah was none other than Hazrat Ali, who had been so close to the Prophet throughout his life. In the years immediately following the Prophet's death, there was no written sunnah. The sunnah was best known to those closest to him, such as Hazrat Ali. The Shia believe that after the Prophet had declared Hazrat Ali as his successor, the following verse of the Quran was revealed. "This day I have perfected your religion for you, and completed my favor unto you, and have chosen for you as religion al-Islam." Surah 5, Ayah 3. Shias believe that the Imam of the age provides fresh guidance according to the requirements of the time. The above verse meant that no more obligatory commands would be revealed by Allah through a prophet. In other words, the cycle of Nubuwwat or prophethood was drawing to an end, and Allah had perfected the religion for the Muslims by commanding the appointment of the Imams, one after another from the progeny of Prophet Muhammad and Hazrat Ali, to guide and teach the people according to the time and place. Prophet Muhammad had completed the work of receiving the revelation of the Tanzil or exoteric of the Holy Quran, and with the appointment of Hazrat Ali, he ensured that the task of the Ta'wil or esoteric meaning of the Quran would be continued by him and the Imams from his progeny, thus making the divine message dynamic, that is, extending and developing with science, knowledge, art, and. Part 3. Hazrat Ali as the foremost defender of Islam. In the years after the Hijrah, the Muslims continued to face the opposition and enmity of the Meccans. This hostility forced the Prophet to defend Islam on the battlefield. In this aspect of his life too, Hazrat Ali was the Prophet's foremost supporter. As Chiri says, "The Messenger was the architect and the founder of the Islamic State. His minister, Ali, was eliminator of the obstructive forces which stood in the way of its establishment, for he was the hero and the bearer of the banner of the Messenger in every decisive battle." It is reported that Hazrat Ali fought in 18 battles by the Prophet's side. In addition, he led numerous expeditions. An important point to note is that Hazrat Ali was never asked by the Prophet to participate in a military expedition under the leadership of any other person. In this part, the most renowned battles of Islamic history will be discussed, to show the outstanding and heroic role of Hazrat Ali. There are battles of Badr, Uhud, Khandaq, Khaybar, and Hunain. Not only are they famous in Islamic history for various other reasons, but it is no exaggeration to say that defeat in each of them could have reversed the tide of Muslim history. Battle of Badr. In 624 CE, a small, ill-equipped band of Muslims, 313 to be precise, had to face a Meccan army 3 times as large, boasting all the paraphernalia of war, such as horses, camels, and armor. The odds were so great against the tiny Muslim army that the Prophet prayed to Allah for help, saying, "God, if this Muslim band will perish today, you shall not be worshipped." The Prophet's use of these words demonstrates how desperate the situation must have been on that day for the Muslims. As the two armies faced each other, the customary call for the individual combat came from the enemies of Islam. Warfare in Arabia was conducted in this way from ancient times. Before the general melee began, the best warriors, the pride of the clans, would step out to engage in single combat. Their prowess and courage would then be enshrined in poetry, which was so dear to the Arab heart. On the day of Badr, the 3 champions of Quraysh, Utbah, Shaybah, and Al-Walid stepped out and challenged the Muslims of equal rank, that is, in blood and family prestige, to fight them in single combat. The Prophet called on Hazrat Hamza, Ubaidah, and Hazrat Ali to meet the challenge. Hazrat Ali was only in his early 20s at this time. Hamza killed Utbah, and Hazrat Ali killed Al-Walid. And then the two of them turned to Shaybah, who had mortally wounded Ubaidah, the first martyr of the battle. The first round of the battle was clearly in the Muslims' favour, but the odds continued to be against the small Muslim army. However, divine help, in response to the Prophet's prayer, as recorded in the Quran, Surah 8, verse 9 to 14, and Hazrat Ali's valour routed the superior Meccan army after inflicting 50 to 70 casualties on it. Hazrat Ali alone slew almost half of the Meccan dead. It was the Battle of Badr which laid the foundation of the Muslim state. The decisive victory of the Muslims, despite the great odds against them, made them a force to be reckoned with in the Arabian Peninsula. Thus, Hazrat Ali's role in it was doubly significant, since it ensured the well-being and the future progress of the Muslim state and the religion of Islam. Battle of Uhud. The Battle of Uhud was fought in 625 CE. The proud Quraysh, still smarting from the disgrace of their defeat at the hands of a much smaller, less equipped army of the Muslims, gathered a large army to avenge the setback of the previous year. Prophet Muhammad, fully aware of the great advantage of numbers and arms the Meccan army had over his, strategically placed his men on rising ground, with 50 archers protecting their backs further up the mountainside. The archers were personally instructed by the Prophet not to leave their positions regardless of the turn the battle took. The battle opened with the usual challenges to single combat. Hazrat Ali answered the first call of the standard bearer of the Meccan troops, Talha bin Abi Talha. Swords were crossed, and with a single stroke, Hazrat Ali severed the Meccan's head. Then followed more members of Talha's family, who strove to defend their hereditary function of bearing the standard. None of them, however, was a match for Hazrat Ali. The Meccan army was demoralized by the swift dispatch of its standard bearers, one after another. Hazrat Ali and Hazrat Hamza, taking advantage of this, broke through the enemy lines, and as they advanced, the enemy began to flee before them. Some of the Muslim soldiers became prematurely overconfident and, abandoning the battle, began to accumulate the gains of war. Seeing this situation, the archers stationed on the mountainside disobeyed the instructions given to them by the Prophet, left their positions to join the plunder. Khalid bin Walid, the commander of the Meccan cavalry, was quick to seize this opening, and he charged the Muslims from the rear. The events which followed could have led to a resounding defeat for the Muslims. The Prophet suffered a minor injury, and a rumor was deliberately spread by the Meccans that he had been killed. Many of the companions of the Prophet fled in fear, abandoning him, and a valiant soldier like Hazrat Hamza was martyred in this battle. However, Hazrat Ali was immediately at the side of the Prophet. Not only did he push back attack after attack from Khalid's men, but he rallied some of the companions who had deserted by his courage, selflessness, and example. The Prophet reported that Jibreel and the angels in heaven, in admiration of Hazrat Ali's inimitable role during that critical time, recited, La fata illa Ali la sayfa illa Zulfikar, that is, there is no ideal man except Ali, and no sword except Zulfikar. The Battle of Badr laid the foundation of the Islamic State. The Battle of Uhud was in danger of destroying that precious foundation had it not been for the illustrious action and heroism of Hazrat Ali and a few other Muslims who rallied to his call. The Battle of Khandak, or Trench, Ditch, Moat. It is also known as the Battle of Ahzab, or Confederates. It took place in 627 AD. The Mukkans had mustered an army of 10,000 strong, consisting of the Quraysh, other Mukkan tribes, several pagan Bedouin tribes, and the Jewish tribes of Banu Nazir, all intent on annihilating the Prophet and his followers. Against such a mighty host, the Prophet could muster only 3,000 fighters. He therefore decided that this would have to be a war of defense. On the advice of his Persian follower, Salman-i Farsi, who knew about siege warfare, the Prophet agreed that a deep trench should be dug around Medina, making it impregnable. The Mukkans and their allies were thoroughly taken aback by this unexpected strategy and were forced to camp some distance away from Medina. However, a small band of horsemen, led by Amr ibn Abd-Wad, whose fame and skill as a fighter were recited in poetry and talked about around caravan fires, decided to jump their horses across the narrow point of the trench. The situation became tense, but Hazrat Ali acted promptly. Together with a small group of Muslims, he sealed off the point of entry to prevent any more enemies from penetrating their defenses. Amr ibn Abd-Wad, in the meantime, was boisterously calling for single combat, but in vain. His reputation as a fighter was too well known. Hazrat Ali, satisfied that the weak point in the trench was well guarded, turned to Amr and accepted his challenge. Amr hesitated, since he had been a great friend of Hazrat Abu Talib, Hazrat Ali's father. However, Hazrat Ali gave him two options, either to accept Islam or to fight him. Amr, therefore, got off his horse and, sword drawn, advanced towards Hazrat Ali, a man much younger and less experienced than himself. Soon the two combatants were surrounded by a cloud of dust, while the onlookers held their breaths, uncertain of the outcome, when suddenly the cry of Allahu Akbar resounded over the trench, and Hazrat Ali emerged as the victor. It is reported that when the news of Amr's death was broken to his sister, a poetess of some renown, she replied, "If the killer of Amr had been any other man, I would have wept forever. But the slayer of Amr cannot be charged with any defect. He was a man who was called of old the foremost of the land." The defeat of Amr, their star warrior, the failure of the Mukkans to attack across the trench, the unsuccessful outcome of their intrigues with the Jews inside Medina, combined with the inclement weather and shortage of provision for such a large army, forced the Mukkans to retreat. The Prophet pronounced two famous statements as the Battle of Khandak ended. He said, "The duel of Ali bin Abi Talib against Amr ibn Abd-Wad at the Battle of Moat outweighs the good deeds of my whole community until the day of judgment." He also said that Khandak marked the last offensive of his enemies, the Mukkans. From that time onwards, the Prophet would initiate any military action in order to secure the future of Islam. The Battle of Khaybar. The Battle of Khaybar against the Jews, which took place in 628 CE, was the most major military operation which the Prophet undertook. From the very beginning of his settlement in Medina, the Prophet had offered generous terms to the Jews. Their freedom of worship as the people of the book, Ahl Kitab, was respected in keeping with the teachings of the Quran. However, the Jews of Medina and its surrounding areas responded to this tolerance with the scheming and outright treachery. The Prophet therefore decided to eliminate the threat they posed to the Islamic State by attacking their most impregnable stronghold, Khaybar. With a large army, he laid siege to the rocky fortress. The siege was prolonged because Khaybar was not a single fort, rather a series of forts, of which one called Al-Qamus was the most impregnable. During this siege, Hazrat Ali was confined to his tent, suffering from an inflammation of the eyes. Prophet Muhammad therefore asked Hazrat Abu Bakr to lead the first attack. However, it was repelled and the Muslims turned back unsuccessful. The same situation prevailed on the following day, when the Prophet ordered Hazrat Umar to lead the second onslaught. Disappointed and worried by the continued lack of success of the Muslims, the Prophet announced, "Tomorrow I will definitely give the standard to a man who loves God and His Messenger, and God and His Messenger love him, and at his hand God will grant victory." The Muslim soldiers were agog with high hopes and excitement. Everyone was anxious to be in this privileged category. When the morning dawned, the Prophet summoned Hazrat Ali and gave him the standard. Hazrat Ali led the attack with his usual vigor and selfless dedication. He engaged in single combat with several renowned Jewish heroes and eliminated them one by one, including Marhab, who was considered the supreme champion of the Jewish forces. During this duel, Hazrat Ali lost his shield and with his bare hands tore out a door of the fortress to replace it. This very famous incident is variously reported that, when the battle was over, several men, ranging from 7 to 70, tried to pick the door up with great difficulty. The Muslim soldiers surged through the breach made by Hazrat Ali, and Khaybar was finally subjugated. This particular battle proved that Hazrat Ali had no parallel for courage and valor in the history of Islam, which abounds with examples of his single-handed amazing feats of heroism. Hazrat Ali was able to achieve singly what a number of stalwart Muslims found hard to accomplish together. Hazrat Ali was truly the supreme mujahid, jihad maker or fighter in the cause of Islam. The conquest of Makkah and the purification of the Kaaba from idols. Peace between the Muslims and their old enemies, the Quraysh of Makkah, was guaranteed by the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, according to which neither side would interfere in the affairs of the other. However, in 629, the Quraysh helped their ally, the Bani Kinana, against the tribe of Bani Khuzaa, who were the Prophet's allies and as such had his protection. Therefore, the Prophet mustered an army of 12,000 strong and marched towards Makkah and camped just outside it. Abu Sufyan, the leader of the Makkah Quraysh, was greatly perturbed and rode out to the Prophet's camp. Under the protection of Abbas, he spent the night there, and in the morning he accepted the faith of Islam and was told by the Prophet that he and whoever took shelter in his house would therefore be protected, the Holy Prophet and his mighty army marched into Mecca and made their way straight to the Kaaba, where he broke all the lowered idols with his stick. Those which were out of his reach, he commanded Hazrat Ali to climb on his shoulders in order to destroy them too. This event of Hazrat Ali climbing on the Holy Prophet's shoulders to break the idols is the subject of many poets' eulogy throughout history. The conquest of Mecca was almost bloodless because the Prophet forgave his old enemies and accepted them into the fold of Islam. It also marked the end of paganism in the city. The Battle of Hunain. Outside the city of Mecca, however, some pagan tribes felt threatened by the change of situation in it. A tribe called the Hawazin, aware of the imminent danger, reacted by exerting force of arms. The Holy Prophet marched out with his larger army of 12,000 soldiers towards them. The battle took place in a narrow valley where a surprise attack from the enemy caused panic in the Prophet's army, who began to scatter and flee. However, as usual, bearing the Prophet's standard, Hazrat Ali stood his ground in front of the Prophet, whereas a handful of the Banu Hashim, that is, the Prophet's family, surrounded the Prophet on 3 sides, protecting him from the onslaught of the enemy. The Battle of Hunain is mentioned in Surah-e-Tawbah, Surah 9, verse 25 to 26. How many fled from the scene, and how Allah helped the Prophet through his invisible hosts and punished those who disbelieved. The defeat of the pagan Hawazin marked the end of paganism through the Hijaz. In the distribution of the booty from this battle, preference was given to the newly converted Meccan Muslims, which caused some murmurs of dissent amongst the Ansar of Medina. The Holy Prophet said to his old friends, "Do you wish to have more of the worldly goods, such as sheep and goats, or do you want me?" They all replied with one voice that they wanted him. In this way, the delicate situation was averted, to the Prophet's and his companions' satisfaction. Summary. Hazrat Ali's performance on the battlefield in the defense of Islam has become legendary. He was never defeated in single combat, and whenever he led the Muslim armies in battle, God always granted victory to the Muslim cause at his hands. Hazrat Ali's feats of heroism and chivalry have become part of the history of Islam and Arabia, and both his followers as well as his enemies acknowledge his superiority in this sphere. There are many outstanding points to note about Hazrat Ali's role as a supreme mujahid of Islam. Both Hazrat Ali's contemporaries as well as future generations of Muslims have been so overawed by Hazrat Ali's bravery that a whole series of miraculous stories have been woven around his achievements, to the extent that people have attributed miraculous powers to his mount Duldul and his sword Zulfiqar. It has been claimed that the steel and the sword descended from heaven, for instance. The truth of the matter, though, is that Zulfiqar was simply an ordinary sword captured during a battle which the Prophet presented to Hazrat Ali. As for Duldul, far from being a heavenly horse, it was not even an ordinary horse. It was a mule. Hazrat Ali was once asked why he preferred a mule to a horse. He replied that since he neither intended to chase an enemy in flight nor intended himself to flee from the battlefield, a mule was quite adequate for him. Such were his ethics on the battlefield. Another characteristic of Hazrat Ali which amazed and baffled people was his strict code of chivalry on the battlefield. This is best summed up in his advice to his son Muhammad ibn Hanafiya. O son, let the mountains move from their places, but your foot should not falter from that place that has been assigned to you in the battlefield. Install your feet firmly on the ground as though a nail had been driven into them. Let your one jaw of teeth rest firmly on the other jaw. Keep an eye on the rear of your enemy. Enter the battle with a firm determination that you have sold your head to God. With all this, always think that success lies in the hands of God. Above all, never raise your hand against the sick, women, aged, and children. Even if they abuse you, it behoves you to give them refuge. Never mutilate the limbs of the enemy or any other person. Give decent burial to the bodies of your enemies. More than one incident of Hazrat Ali's demonstration of his code or ethic is recorded for posterity. A famous incident took place during the Battle of Khandaq. Hazrat Ali, during a single combat, had thrown his opponent Umar to the ground, when the enemy, as a last insult, spat in his face. Hazrat Ali, turning away, left his enemy alive. Surprised onlookers queried Hazrat Ali's behavior towards this dangerous foe. Hazrat Ali replied that he would have killed Umar for the sake of God and Islam, but when he spat at him, he lost his temper, and if in that state he had completed the execution of Umar, it would have been done in anger and retaliation rather than in the way of God and the spirit of jihad. A similar event took place at the Battle of Siffin. Muawiyah, fully aware that if he accepted the challenge of the customary single combat with Hazrat Ali, would not come out of it alive, bribed Amr ibn al-As with the governorship of Egypt to fight in his stead. Ibn al-As had developed to the fullest his scheming powers to complement his cowardice. In the duel with Hazrat Ali, Ibn al-As was in no time lying on the ground with Hazrat Ali's sword raised above him. Ibn al-As, quick as a flash, undid his loose one-piece dress and exposed his buttocks rear. Hazrat Ali at once dropped his sword, reluctant to kill even his arch-enemy in such a disgraceful condition, and turning away from Ibn al-As, told him that he was welcome to his governorship of Egypt. The historical period of Hazrat Ali required from him participation in numerous battles and expeditions against the enemies of Islam. In all of them, his extraordinary, superhuman qualities of extreme heroism, combined with his strict code of chivalry, have left a rich heritage of stories and anecdotes, which arouse in his enemies a reluctant admiration tinged with envy, and in his followers a deep yearning to follow his. Part 4. Hazrat Ali's knowledge of the Holy Quran. In the first part of this paper, it has been made amply clear that there was a special relationship between Hazrat Ali and Prophet Muhammad. This relationship, as the various ahadith show, was not an ordinary and physical relationship. Rather, it was ordained by God Himself to continue the task of guidance after the Prophet. This special relationship is particularly emphasized in the hadith known as Mumasalate Haruni, resemblance to Harun or Aaron, in which the Prophet compares himself to Hazrat Musa and Hazrat Ali to Hazrat Harun, Aaron. It shows that Hazrat Ali had all the virtues of the Prophet except prophethood. Since here we are dealing with the knowledge of Hazrat Ali, in order to understand the nature of his knowledge and his function to continue the Prophet's mission, it requires some elaboration of the very nature of knowledge and secondly, the Prophet's mission. Bir Nasir Khusrau, in Wajhi-Din, discusses the nature of knowledge and classifies it into two types: given knowledge, ilme ata'i, and acquired knowledge, ilme iktisabi. The acquired knowledge is attained by man's own effort, but the given knowledge is directly granted by God without the intervention of the physical senses. As far as the knowledge of the Prophet is concerned, it is given knowledge, as it is not possible to guide humankind only on the basis of acquired knowledge. As the Quran says about the Prophet, "And lo, it is a revelation of the Lord of the worlds, which the trustworthy Spirit has brought down upon your heart, that you may be one of the warners in plain Arabic speech." Surah 26, verses 192 to 5. Also the verse, "He does not speak out of desire. This is not but a revelation revealed, taught him by one mighty in power." Surah 53, verse 3 to 5. This clearly shows that this given knowledge or spiritual knowledge in the form of revelation, tanzil, was brought down to the Prophet's heart. In other words, Allah did not present the Prophet with an external book, rather it was revealed to his heart in the form of a light or spirit. See also the Quran, Surah 42, verse 52. As for the task of the Prophet in conveying this knowledge, again the Quran is quite explicit. Allah verily has shown grace to the believers by sending unto them a messenger of their own who recites unto them his revelations, and purifies them, and teaches them the book and wisdom. Surah 3, verse 164. The same functions of the Prophet are also mentioned in the verses Surah 2, verse 129, Surah 62, verse 2. These verses show that the main task of the Prophet was to purify the Mu'mins through teaching them the book and wisdom according to their understanding. There is another important verse about the teaching of the Quran. "And it is a Quran that we have divided, that you may recite it unto humankind at intervals." Surah 17, verse 106. Therefore, one can ask a simple question at this point. Were these essential tasks of reciting revelations to them, instructing them in the book and in wisdom, and purifying them, to come to an abrupt end with the demise of the Prophet? The obvious answer is no. Humankind is in need of continuous divine guidance as witnessed by past history and present circumstances. The tasks set out by Allah in the Quran for the Prophet are essential tasks. They were to be continued till the day of resurrection, and since it was impossible for the Prophet to teach the people of every age personally, therefore, through the institution of Imamat, God continued the Prophet's mission. The complementary roles of the Prophet and his Asas in the Holy Quran. Prophet, Asas, Quranic verse. Mursal, Apostle. Shahid, Witness, 1343. Rasul, Messenger. Wazir, the one who carries the burden or helps, 2029. Rasul, messenger.
Nasir Rasul,
Helper of the messenger, 1780. Rasul, messenger. Wali, friend, guardian, 5-5. Munzir, warner. Hadi, guide, 13-7. Rasul, messenger. Nafs-e-Rasul, soul of the messenger, 361. Siraj-e-Munir, luminous lamp, 33-46. Nur, light, 62-28. Zikr, Rasul, 65-10-11. Ahl-e-Zikr, people of the Prophet, 1643. Historically speaking, the special bond between Prophet Muhammad and Hazrat Ali has been shown time and time again. In the realm of religion, their complementary roles can be demonstrated by reference to the Holy Quran. See Table 1 above. It is also evident that though their mission was the same, their functions differed. Prophet Muhammad was the enunciator of the law and its propounder. Hazrat Ali was the expounder of the law. Since there would be no new law or Sharia, Prophet Muhammad brought the book and gave its tanzil or exoteric meaning to the people. And the task of Hazrat Ali and the Imams from his progeny was to teach the ta'wil or esoteric meaning of the book through the ages according to the demands of the time and circumstances. Bir Nasir Khusrau, in Wajhi-Din, explains the complementary roles of the Prophet and Imam in his inimitable way by using the analogy of physical creation. He says that just as a human being physically cannot come into this world without the interaction of a man and a woman, in the same way, a person cannot reach spiritual perfection without the intermingling of the tanzil of the natik and the ta'wil of the asas. In support of his argument, Bir Nasir quotes another famous hadith of the Prophet which says, "O Ali, I and you are the father and the mother of the faithful." In the light of the above discussion, it is easy to understand the momentous nature of Ghadir-e-Kum and the fact that it was only after declaration of the walayat of Hazrat Ali that the Prophet received the revelation. "This day have I perfected your religion for you and completed my favor unto you and have chosen for you as religion al-Islam." Surah 5, verse 3. This means that the greatest favor of God is in the form of religious and spiritual knowledge of the prophets and imams. This kind of knowledge, which gives the real spiritual life to the mu'mins, called the miracle of knowledge, is regarded as the greatest miracle. Hazrat Maulana Sultan Muhammad Shah has said, Hazrat Ali's miraculous powers lay in his ability to help people to arrive at the hakikat. That is the greatest miracle. Regarding the continuity of this given knowledge in the itra or progeny of the Prophet, Hazrat Ali says, "Verily, the knowledge which Adam brought and all that with which the prophets were honored is in Muhammad, the seal of the prophets, and in his pure progeny. Whither are you being led to wander? Nay, where are you going?" In the context of the above discussion, some of the most famous ahadith of the Prophet and sayings of Hazrat Ali concerning knowledge can be discussed for a deeper understanding. An extremely well-known and oft-repeated hadith of the Prophet Muhammad about Hazrat Ali is, I am the city of knowledge, and Ali is its gate. Whoever wants knowledge should enter through the gate. This tradition, in the Prophet's own words, is a clear proof that there was nobody equal to Hazrat Ali's erudition and his knowledge of the Holy Quran, since he was the gate to the Prophet's city of knowledge, or gate to the Prophet's house of wisdom. A related Quranic ayat is, It is not righteousness that you go to houses by the backs thereof, but the righteous man is he who wards off evil. So go to houses by the gates thereof. Surah 2, Ayat 189. Hazrat Ali is recorded as having said, Ask me regarding the Book of God, for verily there is not a verse but I know whether it was revealed by night or day, in the plains or on the mountains. The Holy Quran affirms this in Surah Ra'd, Surah 13, Ayat 43. And they who disbelieve say, You are no messenger of Allah. Say, Allah is sufficient witness between me and you, and also he who possesses the knowledge of the book. In Islam, the condition of two witnesses is fulfilled in this verse that Allah and Hazrat Ali were the two witnesses of Prophet Muhammad's prophethood. With such comprehensive knowledge of the Quran, Hazrat Ali used to explain and elaborate the verses to the other Muslims, even during the time of the Prophet. Indicating to this knowledge of Hazrat Ali, it is further recorded in both Sunni and Shia sources that the Prophet, on one occasion, indicating Hazrat Ali, who at the time was mending the broken strap of the Prophet's sandal, with his hand said, Verily, he will fight you for the sake of the ta'wil of the Quran, as I have fought you for its tanzil. This particular hadith is significant for the way it clearly delineates the different roles of the Prophet and Hazrat Ali. Tanzil, which literally means bringing down or to cause to descend, was the main function of the Prophet. Further, it was linked to the teaching of the Zahir, exoteric, of the Kitab or the Quran. Ta'wil, which literally means to take back to the origin, is the main function of the Imams. It is related to the interpretation of the Quran, giving its esoteric meaning and wisdom to the faithful. It can be seen that both the Tanzil and Ta'wil are only for those people who obey the Imams and the Prophets. As the Quran says, O you who believe, obey Allah and obey the Messenger and those of you who are the bearers of divine authority. Surah 4, verse 59. The hadith under discussion here is also known as the hadith of the Kasifun Nal, or the tradition about the mender of the shoe. It is an extremely significant hadith from other angles too. It states, in straightforward terms, that just as the Prophet had to defend Islam or its exoteric aspect, Tanzil, Zahir, on the battlefield with the sword of iron, and Hazrat Ali was his greatest support in this, in the same way, Hazrat Ali would have to struggle for the esoteric, the awil or batin aspect of Islam with the sword of knowledge. The dissemination of true knowledge is a major function of the Imams from the progeny of the Prophet and Hazrat Ali as the first Imam or Asas. The foundation Imam is the archetypal embodiment of true knowledge. This is best understood by considering Hazrat Ali's own description of the Ahlul Bayt or the Imams. They are life of knowledge and death of ignorance. Their discernment, insight, will tell you about their knowledge, and their exterior about their interior, and their silence about the wisdom of their speeches. They do not oppose the truth, nor do they differ in it. They are the pillars of Islam and intimate confidants of refuge. By them the truth returned to its origin, and the falsehood left its place, and its tongue was cut off from its root. They understood the religion with an understanding of remembering and preserving, not with an understanding of hearing and narration. Indeed, the narrators of knowledge are many, but its protectors are few. This discussion also helps to understand and appreciate the true meaning of the declaration of the angels on that critical day during the Battle of Uhud. La fatah illa Ali la sayfa illa Zulfikar. The angels were singing the praises not only of Hazrat Ali's extraordinary dexterity with the external sword of iron, but they were overwhelmed by the perfection of all his qualities, including the fact that he was at the apex of all real knowledge. Another hadith of the Prophet, which leaves no room for doubt, is, Ali is with the Quran, and the Quran is with Ali. Further light is thrown on Hazrat Ali's supremacy in the knowledge of the Quran by referring to his own saying, "If I were to write about the meanings of Al-Fatiha, I would load 70 camels." That is, that the weight of these books would be equal to the load of 70 camels. The Surat al-Fatiha, or the opening chapter of the Quran, consists of just 7 verses. Only someone with Hazrat Ali's sublime and deep knowledge could claim to write so much on its meanings. Hazrat Ali was the custodian of the knowledge of the Quran, both exoteric and esoteric, as already mentioned. Not only is this evident from the traditions of the Prophet and the sayings of Hazrat Ali, but it is also substantiated by the Quran, which says, "He it is who has revealed unto you, Muhammad, the scripture wherein are clear revelations. They are the substance of the book, and others, which are allegorical. But those in whose hearts is doubt, pursue, forsooth, that which is allegorical, seeking to cause dissension by seeking its ta'wil. None knows its ta'wil save Allah, and those who are firmly grounded in knowledge. Rasikun fil ilm." Surah 3, verse 7. In Da'a'imul Islam of Qazi Numan, Maulana Muhammad al-Baqir, in a reply to a question who is referred to as those who are firmly grounded in knowledge, Rasikun fil ilm, said that the Messenger of Allah was the most excellent among the Rasikun fil ilm, who was the master of Tanzil and the Ta'awil. Then the Awsiya, his legatee, who came after him, were the Rasikun fil ilm, who know its Tanzils, Ta'awil in its totality. Jalaluddin as-Suyuti, a historian, quotes Caliph Umar as saying, "None of the companions of the Prophet used to say, 'Ask you of me,' except Ali." In fact, the complete saying of Hazrat Ali referred to above was, "Saluni qabla an tafkiduni, saluni amma kana wa amma yakunu illa yawmil qiyamah." That is, ask me before you will lose me about what was said and what will be till the day of resurrection. In Najul Balagha, the famous testimony to Hazrat Ali's profound knowledge and wisdom, Hazrat Ali says to Kumail, "O Kumail, knowledge is better than wealth. Knowledge guards you, but you guard wealth. Expenditure decreases wealth, but knowledge increases by expending it. O Kumail, recognition of knowledge is religion, which is to be followed. With it, a human being attains obedience to God during his life and praise after his death. Knowledge is a ruler and wealth is a subject. O Kumail, the treasures of those who amass wealth perish while they are alive, and the possessors of knowledge survive for eternity, dar. Their persons disappear, but their images exist in the hearts." How true are these words about Hazrat Ali himself, nearly 1500 years later, and scores of books having been written about him. The memory of Hazrat Ali is as fresh as ever in the hearts of all thinking people. Part 5. Hazrat Ali as a worldly Caliph. Introduction. Before dealing with the worldly Caliphate of Hazrat Ali, it is first important to have a clear idea of the concept of Khilafat from the Quranic point of view. According to the Holy Quran, divine vicegerency or Khilafat-e-Ilahiyah is a permanent institution to guide humankind in their ever-emerging states and conditions. In the Quran, there is no difference between Khilafat and Imamat, as can be seen clearly from the references to the position of Hazrat Adam and Hazrat Ibrahim. The former is called Khalifa, Viceroy, Vicegerent, in Surah 2, verse 30, and the latter is referred to as Imam, leader, in Surah 2, verse 124. Thus, it can be said that only Imam can be Khalifatullah, Vicegerent of God, and vice versa. Thus, in this sense, according to Shia Islam, Hazrat Ali is regarded as the Khalifa, succeeding the Prophet immediately after his demise. Hazrat Ali is therefore called Khalifatun Bila Fasal, the immediate Caliph, in order to distinguish it from his temporal or worldly Khilafat as the fourth Caliph, as he is regarded by Sunni Islam. The above discussion can be best understood by reference to the memoirs of Hazrat Maulana Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah, where he says, "The Shia school of thought maintains that although direct divine inspiration ceased at the Prophet's death, the need for divine guidance continued, and this could not be left merely to millions of mortal men subject to the whims and gusts of passion and material necessity, capable of being momentarily but tragically misled by greed, by oratory, or by the sudden desire for material advantage." These dangers were manifest in the period immediately following our Holy Prophet's death. Muhammad had been, as I have shown, both temporal and a spiritual sovereign. The Caliph or successor of the Prophet was to succeed him in both these capacities. He was to be both Amirul Mu'mineen, or commander of the true believers, and Imamul Muslimin, or spiritual chief of the devout. Ali, the Prophet's cousin and son-in-law, the husband of his beloved and only surviving child Fatima, his first convert, his bold champion in many a war, who the Prophet in his lifetime said would be unto him as Aaron was to Moses, his brother and right-hand man, in the vein of whose descendants the Prophet's own blood would flow. appeared destined to be that true successor. And such had been the general expectation of Islam. The Shias have therefore always held that after the Prophet's death, divine power, guidance, and leadership manifested themselves in Hazrat Ali as the first Imam or spiritual chief of the devout. The Sunnis, however, consider him the fourth in the succession of the caliphs to temporal power. The second point for clarification, before we deal with Hazrat Ali's role during the caliphate of the three previous caliphs and his own caliphate, is that this period of history has been much written about and commented upon, always from the perspective of the authors and historians. This paper, however, seeks to present mostly Hazrat Ali's own viewpoints, and this will be done through his own quotations as recorded in Nahjul Balagha. Further, it must be pointed out that Hazrat Ali's standards and ideals were so noble that it would be futile for any of his contemporaries or any future historians to attempt to judge his actions. The years following the death of Prophet Muhammad. In 632 CE, Prophet Muhammad passed away in Medina only a matter of 3 months after his declaration of Hazrat Ali's succession at Ghadir-e-Qum. Hazrat Ali, who was by his side in his final moments, was occupied with the Prophet's funeral arrangements. During this time, some of the Muslims, both the Muhajirun and the Ansar, gathered at a place called Saqifa-i Bani Saida, and in the ensuing arguments and discussions about who should lead the Muslim state, Hazrat Umar took Hazrat Abu Bakr's hand and publicly declared his bay'ah or allegiance to him, despite the protests of a number of the Prophet's companions. Hazrat Abu Bakr became the Caliph in this curious manner, which some describe as an election. Hazrat Abu Bakr's caliphate lasted only a short period, for 2 years later, in 634 CE, he died. He designated Hazrat Umar as his successor before his death. In other words, there was no semblance of an election similar to the one which brought him to the caliphate. Hazrat Umar's caliphate lasted for 10 years, during which time the frontiers of the Islamic State expanded eastwards and westwards, overwhelming the Sasanian and Byzantine empires. In 644 CE, Hazrat Umar was assassinated. However, before his death, he had willed that a shura of 6 of the remaining companions of the Prophet should choose his successor. The conditions which he set for the working of this shura and the obvious relationship of Abd Rahman bin Auf, who had the casting vote in the event of a tie, to Hazrat Usman, ensured that Hazrat Usman was chosen as the next Caliph. This method of naming a successor was again different from his appointment by the first Caliph. Hazrat Usman's caliphate was marked by rampant nepotism and its concurrent corruption, and it caused much unrest amongst the general populace. As a result, his caliphate, which lasted for 12 years, came to a gory end in 656 CE, when he too was assassinated. The first controversy rages around the fact that Hazrat Ali did not take up arms to fight for his inheritance immediately after the event of Saqifa-i Bani Saida, or at any time during the reign of the first 3 caliphs. In Nahjul Balagha, Hazrat Ali says, "But by God, so and so attired himself in it, Khilafat, while indeed he knows that my position with regard to it is as the position of a pivot to a grinding mill. The flood of excellence in knowledge flows down from me and no bird can fly up to me. That is, nobody can reach the height of my knowledge. I let a veil hang over it, and I turned away from it. In another khutbah or sermon, Hazrat Ali says, "If I speak about Khilafat, they say, he covets power, and if I keep silent, they say, he is afraid of death. Alas, by God, after the great and small adversities, the son of Abu Talib is more familiar with death than a suckling baby with its mother's breast. Rather, I am silent due to a hidden knowledge, which if I divulge, then certainly you will tremble like the ropes tremble in a deep well." It is crystal clear from Hazrat Ali's own words that, although he was fully aware that his rights had been usurped, he was in every way more qualified to be the Caliph, and thirdly, that he was not afraid to fight for his rights. Yet he did not press his inheritance because, as he says, he had hidden knowledge. Some insight can be gained into Hazrat Ali's lofty ideals by considering one particular historical event which occurred after the episode of Saqif-i Bani Saida and Hazrat Ali's response to it. Immediately after Hazrat Umar gave his bay'ah to Hazrat Abu Bakr, Abu Sufyan and Abbas, Hazrat Ali's uncle, approached Hazrat Ali and not only offered their bay'ah to him, but Abu Sufyan pledged armed support for Hazrat Ali if he wanted to claim his rights. Hazrat Ali's reply below shows that his purpose and aim were not those of an ordinary man. He said to Abu Sufyan, Abbas and others, "O people, cross the billows of temptation on the ships of salvation, and turn away from the path of discord, mutual aversion, and throw away the crowns of vainglory." Hazrat Maulana Sultan Muhammad Shah explained succinctly the stance taken by Hazrat Ali as follows. The political and worldly Khilafat was accepted by Hazrat Ali in favor of the three first Caliphs voluntarily and with goodwill for the protection of the interests of the Muslims throughout the world. Hazrat Ali is elected Caliph. The death of Hazrat Usman was followed by several days of anarchy and general unrest. At the end of this period, the mass of the people of Medina forced Hazrat Ali to accept the Caliphate. It should be noted that unlike his three predecessors, Hazrat Ali's was the only true election as a Caliph, since the general masses urged him to accept their leadership. Hazrat Ali vividly records the episode as, "Nothing surprised me except the coming of the people like the hair on the neck of the hyena, flocking towards me from all sides, until Hassan and Hussein were trampled and my cloak was torn from both sides by the crowds of people gathering around me like a flock of sheep." Hazrat Ali gave in to the insistence of the masses and accepted the Caliphate, as he explains, "But by the one who has split the seed and created the soul, had there not been the presence of the present, that is those who had gathered to give bay'ah, and the establishment of proofs of rights by the existence of the helpers, and that God had taken a covenant from the ulama that they should put a check on the gorging by the oppressor and the starvation of the oppressed, I would have given it free rein, and I would have made the last of it to drink with the cup of the first of it. That is, I would have left the Caliphate as I did in the beginning. And you would have found that for me this world of yours is less than the sneeze of a goat." On another occasion, when Abdullah ibn Abbas went to see Imam Ali in Zukar, he found Hazrat Ali mending his shoes. He asked Abdullah what the pair of sandals was worth. The answer was, nothing. Hazrat Ali said, by God, they are dearer to me than the leadership of you all, except that I establish truth and repel falsehood. It is evident from the above quotations that Hazrat Ali accepted the Caliphate for one reason only, namely to establish the truth and repel falsehood. Battles of Jamal, Siffin and Nahrawan. Hazrat Ali was elected Caliph in 656 CE. These three battles, which took place during Hazrat Ali's short caliphate of 5 years, namely the battles of Jamal, Siffin and Nahrawan, are described in great detail in all history books. In this paper, however, these battles will be described briefly in order to show how Hazrat Ali's lofty ideals were also manifested in his conduct of them. It should have been quite clear from earlier sections on Hazrat Ali's knowledge as well as his role as Khalifa or Imam that he never considered his temporal power of prime importance. As Imam or divinely appointed guide or Hadi, there has never been any doubt that he attached greater importance to establishing the truth and repelling falsehood, or, in the words of Hazrat Maulana Sultan Muhammad Shah, Hazrat Ali's miraculous powers lay in his ability to help people to arrive at the Hakikat. This insight, however, is confined to those who accept the principle of Imamat and the role of the Imam. For those who are outside of this belief, it has been beyond their comprehension that Hazrat Ali acted in the way he did. The best known example to quote to demonstrate this point is an episode from the Battle of Siffin. Hazrat Ali faced the superior in numbers army of Muawiyah on the banks of the Euphrates River. Muawiyah's army had control of the river supplies, and they denied access to Hazrat Ali's army with intention of hastening their defeat through thirst. Hazrat Ali, in his usual way, tried through letters and personal envoys to get Muawiyah to behave in a fair way, but to no avail. Only then did Hazrat Ali resort to arms, and having defeated Muawiyah's soldiers, secured the water supply for his men. Now the roles were reversed, and Hazrat Ali's army was in control of the water supplies. His commanders advised him to give Muawiyah and his army the same treatment as had been meted out to them earlier. But Hazrat Ali refused. Even in war against his arch-enemy, his conduct was scrupulously fair. Muawiyah's men were given access to the water supply. Only Hazrat Ali could do what he did. Any other leader would have taken the utmost advantage of the situation to gain the upper hand, especially since they would have had the excuse that Muawiyah had set them the precedent. To return to a general description of these battles, Hazrat Ali was forced to undertake them, because no sooner had he accepted the oath of allegiance, bay'ah, of the masses, when, in his words, "When I assumed power, a group broke the oath, the other renounced the true faith, and the others transgressed." The Holy Prophet Muhammad had told Hazrat Ali, "Indeed, you will fight with the Nakisin, the breakers of bay'ah, and the Kasitin, the oppressors or the unjust ones, and the Murakins." The Holy Prophet Muhammad had told Hazrat Ali, "Indeed, you will fight with the Nakisin, the breakers of bay'ah, the Kasitin, the oppressors or the unjust ones, and the Marikin, those who renounce the true faith." The three groups mentioned above by Prophet Muhammad were Talha, Zubair, and their main supporter, Hazrat Aisha, who broke the oath. Therefore, Hazrat Ali had to fight the battle of Jamal against them. The Kharijites, literally those who left, renounced the true faith, and after the Battle of Siffin they created havoc and terrorized some areas of Iraq with their violence. Hazrat Ali therefore took up arms against them in the Battle of Nahrawan and defeated them soundly. The third group who transgressed refers to Muawiyah, who was from the Umayyad family, the son of Abu Sufyan, who was compelled to accept Islam after the conquest of Makkah, and Hind, who is infamous in history for having mutilated the body of Hazrat Hamza at the Battle of Uhud. Hazrat Ali fought the Battle of Siffin against him. In all the three battles, Hazrat Ali first used his conciliatory powers to avoid the military confrontations. He was loath to see Muslims shed Muslim blood, therefore he sent letter after letter and personal representatives, one after another, to persuade his enemies not to fight. Only when all these attempts failed was he forced to enter the battlefield. When the opposing armies faced each other, Hazrat Ali held his men back. He issued strict orders that the battle should not be initiated by his soldiers. During the actual fighting, Hazrat Ali's soldiers were instructed to fight within a stringent code of chivalry. No dismemberment of bodies or dead enemies, no pursuing of fleeing enemies, no ill treatment of captives, no looting, no harm to women, children, and old people was allowed. In defeat, the enemies, both dead and alive, were treated with honor and respect. At the Battle of Jamal or Camel, so named because of the camel on which Hazrat Aisha rode, Hazrat Ali personally supervised the burial of all the dead, both his own soldiers as well as his opponents, in mass graves, and then he prayed over them. Further, Aisha, who had used her influential position as Ummul Mu'mineen, mother of the believers, to incite and rally opposition against Hazrat Ali, was treated with deference, even in abject defeat. Hazrat Ali ensured that she was escorted safely back to Medina. Of these three battles, Siffin aroused the most controversy. It lasted for 110 days, during which there were sporadic skirmishes. Hazrat Ali, in order to prevent unnecessary bloodshed, challenged Muawiyah in the traditional manner to single combat. Muawiyah, who was well aware that no person had ever come out alive of a single combat encounter with Hazrat Ali, bribed Amr ibn al-As to fight in his stead. In the final days of the battle, Hazrat Ali's forces, though numerically smaller, were winning. Therefore, Muawiyah and Amr ibn al-As devised a scheme which would bring the battle to a halt and save them from a resounding defeat. Pages of the Quran were tied to the tops of the lances by Muawiyah's men, who shouted that the Book of God should decide between the two armies. The effect on Hazrat Ali's army was more than what Muawiyah could have wished for. Most of Hazrat Ali's soldiers lay down their arms. Hazrat Ali's advice to them to disregard this devious stratagem fell on deaf ears, as did the entreaties of such generals as Malik Ashtar. Muawiyah had prepared his ground well. Throughout the long weeks and months of the battle, his men had planted propaganda in the ranks of Hazrat Ali's armies and had bribed several key figures to betray Hazrat Ali at the crucial moment. Hazrat Ali was forced to accept arbitration and to acquiesce to the dubious choice of Abu Musa al-Ash'ari as the arbiter from his side. Some historians have been unable to come to terms with certain aspects of the Battle of Siffin. Firstly, they question how Hazrat Ali's winning side could lose its advantage, and secondly, many fail to understand why Hazrat Ali did not use the same sort of underhand tactics, which sometimes are inappropriately described as diplomacy, as Muawiyah. Thirdly, Hazrat Ali's own views on the arbitration are not generally known or understood. For the answers to these three important and contentious points, we will look to Hazrat Ali's own sayings. With regard to the first question of how the winning side could give up its advantage so easily, Hazrat Ali once said to his men, "Indeed, you have filled my heart with pus and my chest with exasperation, and you made me swallow the draught of sorrow breath by breath, and you undermined my opinion by disobeying and deserting me, to the extent that the Quraysh said, 'The son of Abu Talib is a brave man, but has no knowledge of warfare. How excellent is he! And is there anyone among them stronger and more experienced than me, for it and more intrepid and long experienced in it than me? Indeed, I entered the battlefield when I was not yet 20, and now I am over 60. But the one who is not obeyed has no opinion. That is, there cannot be success if the leader is not obeyed." On another occasion, when news reached Hazrat Ali about Muawiyah's hordes raiding border towns and looting and pillaging them, he delivered the following khutbah: "I have been informed that Busr has reached Yemen, and by God, I indeed think that they will rule it instead of you, due to their unity in falsehood and your disunity in truth, and due to your disobedience of your leader in truth, and their obedience of their leader in falsehood, and due to their fulfilling of the trust of their master, and your treachery to yours, and due to their being orderly in their country, and your being disorderly." The second point about why Hazrat Ali did not use Muawiyah's brand of political maneuvering, propaganda and bribery too is best answered by Hazrat Ali's own words. "O people, indeed, faithfulness is the twin of truthfulness, and I do not know a shield more protective than it. He who knows how to return to God is he does not betray, that is, one who keeps the day of judgment before him can never be faithless. And indeed we are in a time in which most of the people have taken deception to be intelligence, and the ignorant people consider it a good trick. What has happened to them? Indeed, the experienced one knows the way of the trick, but between it and him there is the command of God and his prohibition, which prevent him from using the trick, and so he leaves it, though he sees it and has power over it. But the one who is not wary of committing sin in religion seizes its opportunity." On the third point about Hazrat Ali's views on the arbitration, he says, "Indeed, we did not choose the people as arbitrator, and indeed we chose the Quran. And this Quran is a writing hidden between two covers. It does not speak with the tongue, and therefore, inevitably, it has to have an interpreter. And it is the people who speak of it. And when the community, Al-Qawm, invited us to choose the Quran as arbitrator between us, we were not the entrusted party of the book of God, may he be exalted. And indeed God, may he be glorified, has said, "And if you have a dispute concerning any matter, refer it to God and the messenger." Thus, referring to God means that we should judge according to his book, and referring to the messenger means that we should follow his sunnah. When it is truthfully judged in the book of God, then we are the most deserving of people according to it. And if it is judged according to the sunnah of the Prophet, may God's blessings be upon him and his progeny, then we are the most worthy of them, according to it. The so-called arbitration, which was supposed to resolve the cause of the Battle of Siffin, managed only to maintain the status quo, despite all of Muawiyah and Amr ibn al-As's scheming and deviousness. Muawiyah continued as the governor of Syria, amassing power and money by oppressive and foul means. Hazrat Ali was the Caliph until 661 CE, when the Kharijit ibn Mujam struck him with a poisoned sword whilst he was in prostration in the mosque of Kufa. Thus Maulana Ali is the only person in history who was born in the Kaaba and martyred in a mosque. The unsatisfactory conclusion of the Battle of Siffin may be regarded by many as a defeat for Hazrat Ali, and in Zahiri terms it was indeed a setback. However, it is interesting to draw some comparisons between Muawiyah and Hazrat Ali. Muawiyah and his successors are remembered and cursed for the way they oppressed and persecuted the people in their single-minded pursuit of worldly power and pleasures. Further, history books record their sorry end at the hands of the Abbasids in great and gory detail. Hazrat Ali, on the other hand, lives on in the memories of generation after generation of Muslims and non-Muslims alike, as the Caliph who did not sacrifice his ideals and his righteousness, piety, and fear of God for the sake of a temporary physical kingdom. In this sense too, Hazrat Ali is the ideal Fatah of Islam. As Abdullah, son of Malik ibn Hanbal, one of the 4 Imams of the Sunnis, said that the Caliphate did not bring any honor or glory to Hazrat Ali, but was itself honored. Part 6. Hazrat Ali restores a just society of the Islamic vision. In 656 CE, when Hazrat Ali became the Caliph, he inherited an Islamic state, the boundaries of which incorporated vast numbers of non-Arab Muslims, as well as substantial numbers of Christians, Jews, and others. He further inherited an administration which was overrun by nepotism and its accompanying corruption. Therefore, apart from the wars which disrupted his caliphate, see chapter on Hazrat Ali as a caliph, Hazrat Ali was faced with the mammoth task of reforming the government of the state, so that it was once again based on true Islamic principles, as in the days of Prophet Muhammad. His first act on being elected caliph was to replace the corrupt governors of the previous regime by upright and trustworthy men. A number of historians have criticized this action of Hazrat Ali and have suggested that he should have waited for some time before dismissing them. This is a classic example of the futility of judging Hazrat Ali's actions on the standards of ordinary men. As already pointed out, the temporal power which the caliphate carried with it was less than the sneeze of a goat to Hazrat Ali, whose foremost concern was to establish truth and repel falsehood, irrespective of the consequences of such effort. Some examples of the changes made by Hazrat Ali. As mentioned above, Hazrat Ali first replaced the existing corrupt governors of the various parts of the Islamic State, such as Kufa, Basra, Mecca, Egypt, Yemen, with honest, upright men. He did not stop at this. He further gave the new governors a comprehensive code of conduct or practices to be adopted by them. This code of conduct, which was the foundation of a just and good government, was far in advance of anything which prevailed in any part of the world at that time. More than this, a thorough study of the advice given by Hazrat Ali to his governors proves that the sort of society and government which he envisaged and worked for has been experienced only in some parts of the world and only in very recent times. For instance, Hazrat Ali advised his governors as follows. 1. Do not be like a ferocious lion among them, waiting for a chance to eat them up, because the people are of only two categories. Either they are your brothers in Islam, or they are human beings just like you. 2. Be just, for if you are not just, you are a tyrant, and a tyrant is the enemy of God. 3. Remember that it is much better to rule over the people by love than by fear. The above selected quotations show how concise yet comprehensive was the counsel given by Hazrat Ali to his governors as regards their own personal behavior. Hazrat Ali also set out for his governors a set of criteria for the appointment of various officials under them. He said, A. Select such ministers as may speak the truth, though it may be bitter. B. Select pious and holy persons for the post of qazis, judges. They should not make frequent errors in their judgment. They must not be greedy. They must not go against truth deliberately. They must not become proud if they are praised. C. Your officials should be appointed on their merits. Select these officials from those families which embraced Islam earliest, for they attach more importance to the next world than to this world. Equally all-inclusive were the recommendations of Hazrat Ali regarding the treatment of various categories of subjects. He said, there are different grades of subjects. Some of them are soldiers to fight for God. Some of them are businessmen. Some are artisans and craftsmen. A few of them are beggars. God has fixed a share for each of them. For the first group, the soldiers who protect religion and maintain peace and order, Hazrat Ali advised, take care of the soldiers just as you take care of your children. Love them and treat them kindly. For the next category, he said, give sound instructions to businessmen and industrialists. Tell them to be honest and kind. They increase and multiply the wealth of a nation. Their prices must be reasonable. They must not make huge profits. They must correctly weigh everything which they sell. For the few who are beggars, his advice was, treat the poor and destitute kindly. Fear God and help them. You must not neglect them because of your other activities. Take pity on the orphans and aged people who have no means of livelihood. Hazrat Ali's ideas about the use of land for agriculture and the collection of taxes were also far-reaching in their effects. He said, impose taxes upon the people according to their capacity to pay. Try to populate those areas which have no habitation. Remit taxes if famine breaks out, crops fail, or any calamity befalls the people. Remission of taxes shall minimize the sufferings of the people, and it shall improve their lot. Verily, if the farmers are destitute and poor, the cultivation of lands shall deteriorate, and the farmers and landlords are reduced to abject poverty when the ruler is avaricious. Hazrat Ali, it is obvious from the above discussion, hated greed and exploitation. He urged his governors to work towards achieving a just socio-economic government. His statement, "I have never seen affluence and plenitude except there is a usurped right side by side," may be considered revolutionary by many, but how true it is to the personality and ideals of Hazrat Ali. Another example of his fearless implementation of his ideals was when he granted, in the face of extreme opposition, equal rights to the Mawalis or non-Arab Muslims, who had hitherto been discriminated against, particularly in the matter of their share of the Baytul Mal, or the state treasury. As he says, "If it had been my personal property, I would have divided it equally amongst the people. These war spoils are the wealth of God. Why should I not make equal distribution of it?" Most of the quotations used in this section are from the famous letter written by Hazrat Ali to Malik Ashtar when appointing him governor of Egypt. The full text of this letter, considered by many as the blueprint for a just and benevolent government, is given in the appendix. A contemporary Christian Arab writer, J. Jerdak, writing about Hazrat Ali, compares the contents of this letter with the United Nations Charter and says, "I think the reader may realize that between this charter and the one laid down by Imam Ali, there is a great relationship, except in the case of these points, which are connected with the passage of time and developments therein. Furthermore, in the charter of Imam Ali, we find a deep and profound human compassion, which is altogether lacking in the United Nations Charter." Part 7. Hazrat Ali's lasting impact on the faith and culture of Islam. Hazrat Ali and Sufism, Tasawwuf. Tasawwuf, or Sufism as it is more popularly known, initially started within Sunni Islam, which did not accept the need for spiritual guidance through a living Imam after the Prophet. For the Sunni interpretation of the prophetic Hadith al-Sakalain, see the section on Gadirekum. In the course of time, however, in Sunni Islam, those who were interested in the deeper spiritual understanding of Islam began to gather in small groups around a spiritual guide or master. These groups of Sufis, as they came to be known, were based on the belief that the Holy Prophet had two types of knowledge: the Zahiri, or exoteric, and the Batini, or esoteric. This Batini knowledge was given to Hazrat Ali, as Anne-Marie Schmill says. According to the tradition, esoteric wisdom was transmitted from Muhammad to his cousin and son-in-law, Ali bin Abi Talib. D. 661. Hazrat Ali, during his lifetime, had around him a close group of disciples consisting of such outstanding Muslims as Salmani Farsi, Abu Zar Ghifari, Ammar bin Yasir, Huzaifa bin al-Yaman, and al-Miqdad bin Aswad, amongst others, because as Martin Links comments, and there can be little doubt that already before he became Caliph, Ali was the most remarkable of these spiritual centers. The Sufi masters, in order to validate their own teaching, tried to establish that it came from Hazrat Ali, either directly or indirectly through one of his close disciples. For instance, during those periods of Islamic history when extreme anti-Shia feelings were whipped up, it is interesting to note that some Sufi silsilas trace their spiritual pedigree back to Hazrat Abu Bakr through Salmani Farsi, and not even his own son, Muhammad bin Abu Bakr, who had been implicated in the murder of Usman. As already mentioned above, Salmani Farsi was a dedicated disciple of Hazrat Ali, and this is an example of indirectly going back to Hazrat Ali. The vast majority of Sufi silsilas, however, look back to Hazrat Ali as their model and exemplar for inner knowledge, austerity, sacrifice, love, bravery, and all his other virtues. With this acceptance of Hazrat Ali as their ideal, they also accepted certain teachings such as Walayat, Bayah, Najwa, Mehmani, spiritual hierarchy, etc. Further, the Sufis trace many of their own rites and rituals, emblems, muraka, patched cloth, suhbah, companionship, back to Hazrat Ali. Shia Islam did not feel the need for any master other than the Imam of the time, because for the Shias, the Prophet at Ghadir Qum had clearly appointed Hazrat Ali as his successor and had prayed to God to turn the truth, haq, in the direction in which Ali turns. Thus, all knowledge, both exoteric and esoteric, is contained in the guidance of the Imam of the time. There have been some Sufi movements in Ishnashri Shiism, but only after the concealment of their Imam. The above description does not intend to give a detailed account of the rise and development of Sufism, since the subject is extremely well documented. The purpose of this section was simply to show how Hazrat Ali has been and is venerated by Sufis. One movement within Sufism, which is of particular interest, is called Futuwa, which to those with a knowledge of Arabic is obviously linked with Hazrat Ali. The word Futuwa, which in Persian is called Jawan Mardi, is linked with Fatah or Jawan Mard. Fatah or Jawan Mard means an ideal man, who possesses all the possible virtues of humanity. The ideal Fatah in Islam is Hazrat Ali. If I sit, literally if a cushion was placed for me, to give judgment, was recited in the Battle of Uhud. In the article of Futuwa, in the new edition of the Encyclopedia of Islam, it is said, the gradual growth of the figure of Ali has resulted in his being regarded as a Fatah par excellence, as is expressed in the old saying, La Fatah illa Ali. Hazrat Ali and jurisprudence, fiqh. It has already been discussed in the section of Hazrat Ali's knowledge that his knowledge was not acquired, rather it was given knowledge. In this section it will be seen that this given knowledge of Hazrat Ali is manifest in the field of jurisprudence as it is in other fields. Prophet Muhammad once said to his companions, "The best of judges among you is Ali." History books are full of the most complicated of cases which were resolved by Hazrat Ali. Hazrat Ali gave judgments during the lifetime of the Prophet as well as during the caliphate of the first three caliphs. It is recorded that they used to refer all complex and intricate cases to Hazrat Ali. For this reason, Hazrat Umar used to pray to God to preserve him from a perplexing case which Abul Hassan, that is, Hazrat Ali, was not present to decide. His other famous statement about Hazrat Ali is, "If Ali were not there, Umar would have perished." A representative sample of cases and the decisions given by Hazrat Ali are discussed below, to give the reader an idea of the social context in which they took place. They will further reveal the surprising complexity of some of the cases which Hazrat Ali had to deal with. During the time of Hazrat Usman, a case was brought to him in which a man had a child by his female slave. The master then separated from her and married her to one of his other slaves. Soon after, the master died. The female slave was freed by virtue of being the mother of the master's son. This son inherited everything, including his mother's husband, the slave. The next episode in the story is that the son died. Therefore, the mother inherited everything, including the slave to whom she was married. The dispute centered on the fact that the slave husband claimed that the woman was his wife and he would not release her from the marriage, whereas the woman insisted that he was her slave. Hazrat Usman was much puzzled by this case, but Hazrat Ali, who was present, resolved the case by asking if the slave husband had conjugal relations with the woman after her inheritance. The reply was no. Thereupon Hazrat Ali judged that the man was indeed her slave, and she could keep him, free him, or sell him as she wished. A second example happened earlier in the time of Hazrat Umar and demonstrates Hazrat Ali's insight and perfect impartiality, irrespective of the status of the parties concerned. It is reported that Hazrat Umar summoned a woman who was suspected of immoral behavior. When the Caliph's messengers arrived at her home, the woman was so frightened by the summons that she miscarried her baby. Hazrat Umar sought the counsel of other companions of the Prophet, all of whom said that no blame was attached to him since he had been acting correctly in summoning the woman. Hazrat Ali, who was also present, remained silent. Hazrat Umar pressed him for his opinion. Hazrat Ali replied that since the loss of the baby was directly as a result of Hazrat Umar's action, he was liable to pay the blood money to the woman's family. Another example is from Hazrat Ali's own caliphate. In this particular case, Hazrat Ali reversed the verdict already passed by a local qazi. One day he found a young man weeping bitterly in the mosque. It emerged from questioning him that his father had gone on a journey with a group of 4 other men. When they returned, the boy's father and his belongings were missing. He was told that his father had died and had been buried on the way, and that he had left no belongings. The youth had accused the men of murdering his father and of appropriating his belongings, but the local qazi had dismissed the case. Hazrat Ali told his servant, Kambar, to gather the people in order to hear this case again. First, he separated the 4 accused and sent them to each corner of the mosque. Then he called a scribe, and after that he summoned the first of the 4 men and questioned him minutely about the journey in question. All the answers were recorded. In the same manner, the other 3 were also interrogated, one at a time. The last man, when it was his turn to answer, stuttered and confessed that his colleagues had killed the youth's father and taken his belongings. When confronted with the facts of the real story, the first 3 men also recanted their versions. Thus was justice done. The youth did not wish them to be punished for murder. Nevertheless, Hazrat Ali punished them severely. In the field of judgments on the law of inheritance, Hazrat Ali's extraordinary and phenomenal power is well known and documented. Once a woman came to him and protested that her brother had left an inheritance of 600 dinars, but her share was only 1 dinar. Hazrat Ali promptly answered, "Did he leave a wife, 2 daughters, a mother, 12 brothers, and you?" The woman was speechless with amazement, because her brother's family consisted of exactly that number. Hazrat Ali was also an expert in the laws of the Jews and the Christians, and many a time he had to conduct the cases of members of these communities who lived within the Islamic State. Hazrat Ali has himself remarked as follows: "If I sit, literally if a cushion was placed for me, to give judgment, then I would judge the people of the Torah, Old Testament, according to their Torah, and the people of Injil, Gospel, according to their Injil, and the people of Furqan, that is Quran, according to their Furqan, till everyone would confess that Ali has decided according to what God has revealed. The opponents, like the supporters, will confess that he is the supreme judge of the community." Hazrat Ali as a calligrapher. The art of calligraphy is unanimously recognized as the unique contribution of Islam to world culture. Its initial development and later flowering are closely linked to the fact that it was necessary to record and hand down to succeeding generations the divine word revealed to Prophet Muhammad in the form of the Holy Quran. Further, the emphasis laid on the acquisition of knowledge by our Holy Prophet and the repeated use of words such as pen, tablet, ink, reed, book, etc. in the Quran itself gave a tremendous impetus to the evolution of calligraphy. Some writers suggest that in fact it was a revolution, since the art of calligraphy came into being from almost nothing. Pre-Islamic Arabic culture was almost wholly an oral one, which relied on the prodigious memories of its poets and folk historians. However, with the revelation of the Quran, the situation changed dramatically, and calligraphy came into such prominence that Martin Ling's comments, "It might even be said, not only that the Arabs," and he includes all those who use Arabic as a liturgical language, such as the Turks and Persians, "have never been surpassed as calligraphers, but also that they have only been equalled by one other people, namely the Chinese, whose art has, however, developed along very different lines." Hazrat Ali played the pivotal role of outstanding significance in the emergence of Arabic calligraphy, from almost nothing to almost everything. It is said that he developed the Kufic script out of an inherited script known as Makili. The name Kufic is attributed to the city of Kufa, which was both a center of support for Hazrat Ali and an important center for the art of writing. Muhammad Zakaria, in his book The Calligraphy of Islam, says, "Ali bin Abi Talib, the 4th Caliph, is considered the first real calligrapher primarily because of his interest in the secrets of the art. From him is usually traced the tree or chain of calligraphers, which is a list in one of a number of forms of all the calligraphers, or at least the outstanding ones, up to the present. This tree of famous calligraphers, tracing their origin back to Hazrat Ali, can be seen in an Arabic book called Musawwar al-Khat al-Arabi by Naji Zainul Din, published in 1968 in Baghdad. Anne-Marie Schimmel considers another important aspect of Hazrat Ali's role in her book, Calligraphy and Islamic Culture. She says, since calligraphy thus was regarded as a sacred art, connections between calligraphers and Sufis were natural. In both traditions, the silsila chain goes back to Ali, the first calligrapher in the Kufic style. Thus, it is evident from the standard texts on Islamic calligraphy that the art of writing owes its origins to the example and efforts of Hazrat Ali. The powerful influence exercised by Hazrat Ali in the domain of calligraphy lasted beyond his own lifetime. Hundreds of years later, renowned calligraphers attributed their success and fame to him. There is a delightful legend about Mir Ali of Tabriz, whose calligraphy ability is reflected in his title, Qudwatul Kutab, the exemplary calligrapher. It is said that Mir Ali perfected the style known as Nastalik after Hazrat Ali in a dream interpreted for him another dream of flying geese. It can further be added that it is no accident that a number of the most outstanding master calligraphers include Ali in their names. For instance, Sultan Ali Mashhadi, Mir Ali of Tabriz, and Ali ibn Hilal, the real name of Ibn al-Bawab. Thus do the master calligraphers of Islamic history acknowledge their spiritual pedigree from Hazrat Ali, both in their names and in their sublime art, and preserve the memory of Hazrat Ali through the ages. A number of the calligraphers used poetry, particularly to get certain messages across to their students and apprentices. Even if the poetry did not meet the rigorous demands of meter and rhyme, etc., their prime purpose was to teach their students. In one such example of verse, the famous calligrapher Sultan Ali remarks, "The aim of Murtaza Ali in writing was to reproduce not merely speech, letters and dots, but fundamentals, purity and virtue. For this reason he deigned to point to good writing." The above quotation of a master calligrapher of the late 15th century is an apt reminder of the prime function of Hazrat Ali. In fact, any study of Hazrat Ali's life makes it clear very quickly that he excelled in everything he did, and the fundamental reason for this is that his knowledge and action were based on the truth, hakikat. Hazrat Ali as an orator. The role of Hazrat Ali vis-a-vis the classical Arabic language is widely acknowledged by scholars of the language. In this section, the marvelous command of Hazrat Ali over the oral Arabic language will be discussed first. History records offer a perfect example of the power of Hazrat Ali as an orator. During the lifetime of the Prophet, Islam was gradually accepted by tribe after tribe and area after area of the Arabian Peninsula. As part of his plan to propagate Islam, Prophet Muhammad sent Khalid bin Walid to the people of Yemen to call them to Islam. Yemen, as part of southern Arabia, boasted a long-standing, highly developed civilization. Its people were learned, scholarly, and held strongly to their ancient traditions. Further, the previously revealed religions, Judaism and Christianity, were well established there, and their rabbis and priests were well versed in their scriptures. It is reported that Khalid bin Walid labored in vain for 6 months to convert the Yemenites, but not one of them responded. Eventually, Prophet Muhammad recalled him, and in 632 CE sent Hazrat Ali to Yemen. Hazrat Ali so impressed the Yemenites by the eloquence of his khutbahs, sermons, and the example of his personal piety and the faithfulness of his judgments that within a short time the famous Jewish tribe of Hamdan converted to Islam. This signaled the turning of the tide in Yemen, since many more tribes followed suit and came within the fold of Islam. By his successful mission to Yemen, Hazrat Ali has left for posterity an example of his unparalleled skill in oratory. More evidence of his unique mastery of Arabic rhetoric and eloquence is found in the Nahjul-Balagha, which is a collection of some of his khutbahs, letters and aphorisms compiled by Sheikh Sharif al-Razi in the 10th century CE. Hazrat Ali delivered moving and inspiring sermons on a range of subjects, from mystical expositions on Tawheed, unity of God, to stirring exhortations on jihad to his soldiers. He also delivered learned and detailed discourses on natural history. See his khutbahs on the peacock and the bat in Nahjul Balagha, as well as the pithy and succinct maxims which contained perennial truths. Hazrat Ali's khutbahs were memorized by his listeners, who in the oral tradition of Arabia passed down these precious words from generation to generation. Hazrat Ali says in Nahjul Balagha, "We, the Ahl al-Bayt, are the kings of discourse. Its roots are within us, and its branches hang over us." A truly amazing feat of oratory was once performed by Hazrat Ali when several of the Prophet's companions were discussing the Arabic language and the impossibility of speaking without using the letter Alif, which, like the letter A in English, is the most used letter of the Arabic language. It is said that without any hesitation, Hazrat Ali rose and delivered a remarkable speech without once using the letter Alif. This speech is appropriately known as the speech without the Alif. All Arabic philologists agree that it was a tour de force, and it is still considered a model of Arabic oratory today. An equally well-known episode to demonstrate Hazrat Ali's power of discourse is when he delivered to Ibn Abbas for the better part of the night an oration on Al-Hamd, which is the first word of the first verse of the first surah of the Holy Quran. See also the section on Hazrat Ali's knowledge. These examples portray not only Hazrat Ali's extraordinary erudition and command over Arabic, but show also his oratory was so outstandingly powerful that it has often been likened to a river in full torrent descending from a mountain. Not surprisingly then, many historians report that no antagonist was ever able to defeat Hazrat Ali either in the combat of the tongue or the sword. In both these arenas, Hazrat Ali reigned supreme. Hazrat Ali and Arabic grammar. Hazrat Ali, by his eloquence, introduced a unique variety of imagery, expressive phrases and beautiful metaphors into a language which was already rich in vocabulary and poetic imagery. However, he is particularly remembered for the introduction of the fundamental principles of the grammar of the Arabic language. Prior to Hazrat Ali's time, Arabic had no grammatical rules. With the expansion of the Islamic State, the Arabs inevitably came into contact with other linguistic groups, and there was a real danger that not only would the classical language of the Holy Quran lose its purity, but the meaning of the divine word would be distorted. Hazrat Ali therefore laid down the principles of the language for Abul Aswad ad-Duali, who then wrote a complete treatise on it. Hazrat Ali's principle was simple, that is, the parts of speech are three: the noun, the verb, and the particle. Abul Aswad ad-Duali was asked where he had acquired the science of grammar, answered that he had learned the first points of it from Amirul Mu'mineen, Ali ibn Abi Talib. By encouraging Abul Aswad to lay down the foundation of an-Nahw, syntax, Hazrat Ali ensured that Arabic would retain its classical purity through the ages, and that the meaning of the divine word would not be distorted. Hazrat Ali's khutbahs, letters, and maxims. Masudi, the famous Muslim historian, records that Hazrat Ali, during his lifetime, delivered nearly 500 khutbahs, sermons, which were memorized by some of the listeners and gradually began to be quoted in a number of books and histories of Arabia. These sermons, always delivered extempore, covered a multitude of subjects, awe-inspiring discourses on the attributes of God, moving eulogies on the Holy Prophet and the Quran, stirring exhortations to jihad only in the path of God, truth and justice, convincing comparisons between the temporality of this world and the lasting happiness of the next, and persuasive sermons to teach high values of morality and ethics. These khutbahs are not only sources of moral guidance and noble ethics, they are also considered masterpieces of Arabic literature and models of the art of rhetoric. In addition, Hazrat Ali wrote a large number of letters, many to his governors to train them to be just, benevolent, and God-fearing rulers, and some to Muawiyah, which serve as a source of first-hand historical information. He has also left behind a great number of concise sayings and aphorisms which abound in wisdom and truth. In the 10th century CE, Sharif al-Razi, a Shia theologian of great reputation, carried out a systematic task of collating Hazrat Ali's sermons, letters, and maxims. From already recorded sources as well as oral sources, he was able to gather together only 245 sermons, 75 letters, and 200 maxims. These he compiled as a book called Nahjul Balagha, or The Way of Eloquence. Since the 10th century, the valuable work of Sharif al-Razi has attracted much attention. A large number of commentaries have been written on it. A work of such importance was also bound to draw some controversy. Some people have argued that the work is a forgery. However, it is now accepted by most that the major part of Nahjul Balagha is from either the tongue or the pen of Hazrat Ali. It will not be possible in a paper of this size to give a complete survey of the laudatory comments written about Nahjul Balagha through the ages, nor even a representative sample of such praise. However, two personalities will be quoted. First, because neither of them is Shia. Secondly, they are both learned and renowned scholars. And finally, Arabic is their mother tongue. Ibn Abil Hadid, 655 AH, has written a great commentary on Hazrat Ali's sermons, in which he says, Hazrat Ali's speeches, letters, and sayings are so supremely eminent that they are above the sayings of man and below only to the word of God. None can surpass it but the Holy Quran. In the present century, Sheikh Muhammad Abdu, described as the greatest Muslim savant of the modern age, has also edited and printed Nahjul Balagha in Egypt. Sheikh Abdul was the Mufti of Egypt and a rector of Al-Azhar University in Cairo. He says, "Every one of those whose mother tongue is Arabic is of the opinion that the talk and speeches of Ali are better, more eloquent, loftier, and fuller in meaning than those of anyone except, of course, the Prophet and the Holy Quran." Part 8. Hazrat Ali's kunyas and titles. In Arabic, it is considered respectful to address a person by referring to him as the father, Abu, of one of his sons. Hazrat Ali was popularly known as Abul Hassan, father of Hassan. Prophet Muhammad used 3 kunyas for Hazrat Ali: Abul Hussainain, father of 2 Hassans; Abu Sibtain, father of the 2 grandsons; Abu Rehanatain, father of the 2 fragrant flowers. The above kunyas are an indication of the love and respect which the members of the Panj-Tanyi Pak or Ahlul Bayt felt for each other. Hazrat Ali's titles. Mawla means master. This title of Hazrat Ali is a direct reference to the event of Ghadir-e-Kum, where the Prophet, after inviting the Muslims present to testify to his own position as their Mawla, then declared Hazrat Ali to be their Mawla too. See chapter on Ghadir-e-Kum and the Quran 33:6. Murtaza means the pleased, the accepted. It is from the word irtaza, which is traditionally believed was used by Hazrat Jibreel when he brought the message to Prophet Muhammad that Allah had chosen Hazrat Ali to marry Hazrat Fatima. As shown in the first chapter, Hazrat Ali was chosen by Prophet Muhammad again and again for a number of roles, relationships, and special tasks. Additionally, this title is an indicator that Hazrat Ali was also chosen by Allah to succeed Prophet Muhammad, as witnessed by the momentous event of Ghadir-e-Kum. Asas literally means foundation. Hazrat Ali was the first Imam of the cycle of Prophet Muhammad, and as such was the foundation Imam. With every Natiq, there has to be an Asas, and that of the Prophet Muhammad was Hazrat Ali. Shahi Mardan means the King of Men. It is a Persian title and is of later origin. Its equivalent in Arabic can be Fatah, that is, the ideal man. Waliullah means friend of Allah and refers to the Ayat-i Walayat, Surah 5, verse 55. This particular title is used on Fatimid and Alamid coins as Aliyun Waliyullah. An example of a Fatimide coin from the time of Maulana Imam al-Muiz. Nafs-i Rasul means soul of the Prophet, which is referred to in the Ayat-i Mubahala, Surah 3, verse 61. See chapter 1. This title also reminds us of the number of a hadith in which the Prophet declared the special bond between himself and Hazrat Ali. Note, the word soul, anfus, singular nafs, in the Arabic, in the Quran, is simply translated into English as yourselves and ourselves. Sahib-i Saluni. This title originates from a very famous statement of Hazrat Ali, quoted in full in the section on Hazrat Ali's knowledge of the Holy Quran. It refers to Hazrat Ali as the only companion of the Prophet who said, "Ask me." Amirul Mu'mineen, or Commander of the Faithful, is a well-known title of Hazrat Ali. It is based on the prophetic tradition. God has not sent a verse in which is addressed, "O you who believe, Ya ayyuhallazina amanu," but the chief and commander, Amir of the verse is Ali. Amirun Nal, or Yasubuddin. The title Amirun Nal literally means Prince of the Bees. Yasub also means Prince of the Bees. Therefore, the second title literally means Prince of the Bees of religion. Hazrat Ali used to refer to himself as Amirun Nal, a practice which echoed a prophetic tradition in which Prophet Muhammad had likened Mu'mins to bees. Therefore, the commander of the Mu'mins, or believers, is compared to the queen of bees. In Arabic, however, the word prince is used instead of queen. Further, Pir Nasir Khusraw, giving the ta'wil of the four streams of the Quranic description of paradise, says that the stream of honey symbolizes the ta'wil of the asas. Just as honey is sweet and has medicinal qualities, in a similar way the ta'wil of the asas has spiritual healing. Moreover, just as the bees work collectively under the guidance of a sole leader, similarly, Mu'mins should be united under the guidance of the Imam of the time. Kasifun Nal means mender of the shoe. This title was given to Hazrat Ali by the Prophet on the occasion when he declared that Hazrat Ali would fight for the ta'wil of the Quran as he has fought for its tanzil. See the section on Hazrat Ali's knowledge of the Quran. Abu Turab literally means father of dust or earth. It was a title given by Prophet Muhammad to Hazrat Ali. This unusual title has been the subject of many and varied interpretations. It has been suggested that Hazrat Ali was given this title because he used to prostrate, sajda, a lot. That is, his forehead touched the earth, often in prostration. Some others try to link the title with the origin of Hazrat Adam from clay. Yet others have taken the view that Hazrat Ali possessed the miraculous powers of conversing with the earth. The great Ismaili Hujjat of Khurasan, Pir Nasir-i Khusraw, however, gives a ta'wili explanation in his book Wajhi-Din. He refers to the Quran, Surah 78, verse 40, which says, "Lo, we warn you of a doom at hand, a day whereon a man will look on that which his own hands have sent before, and the disbelievers will cry, 'Would that we were dust,' Turaban." Bir Nasir focuses on the last line of the above verse and questions why the disbelievers would yearn to be dust on the day of judgment. It is because the ta'wil of dust is Mu'min. Bir Nasir further explains this ta'wil by stating that just as dust or earth can be mixed with water to form clay, in the same way a Mu'min can be transformed by the addition of the water of knowledge or ilm. It is for this profound reason that Prophet Muhammad gave Hazrat Ali the title of Abu Turab, or the father of the Mu'mins. The lack of knowledge coupled with bias is much evident in the article on Hazrat Ali in the Encyclopedia of Islam, page 385, where it is stated, and Abu Turab, dustman, a name probably given to him contemptuously by his enemies, but which was afterwards interpreted as an honorific by invented episodes. Not only is the factual historical content incorrect, since it was given by Prophet Muhammad, but an inexcusable error in the mistranslation of Abu Turab as dustman. This example of bias and misrepresentation is a salutary warning against relying on secondary sources for a study of Ismaili history. An interesting point to note is that in the above list of titles, of the last two, that is, Kasifun Nal and Abu Turab, both of which were given to Hazrat Ali by Prophet Muhammad, the literal or exoteric meanings are humble and lowly. It is important to note that humility is a key characteristic of our prophets and imams. Note, there are many other, perhaps more commonly known titles of Hazrat Ali, but only those were chosen which have special esoteric significance regarding the position of the Imam. Part 9. Conclusion. In the preceding pages, a very humble attempt has been made to write a short, balanced account of Hazrat Ali, which would be particularly useful to the teachers in our religious education system. The subject Hazrat Ali was approached with both joy and trepidation, and the paper is finished with the full realization that it is impossible for anyone to do due justice to Hazrat Ali, as a poem quoted in Kalam-i-Pir says, "If the seas become ink and trees pens, the seven heavens like paper, and Jibril praises him. If all the jinns and men were to write his praise, not even a single of 100,000 points would it be possible to record." Finally, for us as Ismailis, there is a strong awareness and certainty that though the period of history changes, the embodied light, Nur-e-Mujassam, of Hazrat Ali is ever present in the personality of the Imam of the time. Appendix A. Caliph Ali's letter to Malik Ashtar, edited by Paul S. Armstrong. Imam Ali, the fourth Caliph of Islam and the first Imam of the Ahlul Bayt, is well known for his abiding contribution to spiritual thought. In the Arabic world, he is just as famous for being a great jurist and a man of letters. The historian Masudi, Muruj-uz-Zahab Masudi, Volume 2, page 33, Egypt, recognized Imam Ali as being the source of no less than 480 treatises, lectures, and epistles on a variety of subjects dealing with philosophy, religion, law, and politics, as collected by Zayd ibn Wahab in the Imam's own lifetime. These contributions are held in such high regard, both for their contents as well as intrinsic literary worth, that some of his masterpieces stimulated into being many subjects of study in Muslim colleges and universities. Imam Ali's reputation was such that it seems to have even reached Europe by the time of the Renaissance, as we find that Edward Pocock, 1604 to 91, a professor at the University of Oxford in 1639, delivered a series of lectures on his rhetoric, and was responsible for publishing the first translation of his sayings into English. Here we present Imam Ali's famous letter of advice while Caliph to the governor of Egypt, Malik Ashtar, which is based on the translation by Rashid Turabi. The letter, according to Fehristi Tusi, page 33, was first copied during the time of Imam Ali himself by Asbagh bin Nabata, and then later on reproduced or referred to in their writings by various Muslim scholars, chief of them being Nasr ibn Mazahim, 148 AH, Jahiz Basari, 255 AH, Sayyid Razi, 404 AH, Ibn Abil Hidayat, and Allama Mustafa Bek Najib, the great living scholar of Egypt. The latter scholar regarded this letter as a basic guide in Islamic administration. The richest treasure. Be it known to you, O Malik, that I am sending you as governor to a country which in the past has experienced both just and unjust rule. Men will scrutinize your actions with a searching eye, even as you used to scrutinize the actions of those before you, and speak of you even as you did speak of them. The fact is that the public speak well of only those who do good. It is they who furnish the proof of your actions. Hence, the richest treasure that you may covet would be the treasure of good deeds. Keep your desires under control, and deny yourself that which you have been prohibited from, for by such abstinence alone you will be able to distinguish between what is good to them and what is not. Develop in your heart the feeling of love for your people, and let it be the source of kindliness and blessing to them. Do not behave with them like a barbarian, and do not appropriate to yourself that which belongs to them. Remember that the citizens of the state are of two categories. They are either your brethren in religion or your brethren in kind. They are subject to infirmities and liable to commit mistakes. Some indeed do commit mistakes, but forgive them even as you would like God to forgive you. Bear in mind that you are placed over them, even as I am placed over you. And then there is God, even above him, who has given you the position of a governor in order that you may look after those under you and to be sufficient unto them, and you will be judged by what you do for them. Do not set yourself against God, for neither do you possess the strength to shield yourself against his displeasure, nor can you place yourself outside the pale of his mercy and forgiveness. Do not feel sorry over any act of forgiveness, nor rejoice over any punishment that you may mete out to anyone. Do not rouse yourself to anger, for no good will come out of it. Do not say, I am your overlord and dictator, and that you should therefore bow to my commands, as that will corrupt your heart, weaken your faith in religion, and create disorder in the state. Should you be elated by power, ever feel in your mind the slightest symptoms of pride and arrogance, then look at the power and the majesty of the divine governance of the universe over which you have absolutely no control. It will restore the sense of balance to your wayward intelligence and give you the sense of calmness and affability. Beware, never put yourself against the majesty and grandeur of God, and never imitate his omnipotence, for God has brought low every rebel of God and every tyrant of man. Let your mind respect through your actions the rights of God and the rights of man, and likewise persuade your companions and relations to do likewise. For otherwise you will be doing injustice to yourself and injustice to humanity. Thus both man and God will turn unto your enemies. There is no hearing anywhere for one who makes an enemy of God himself. He will be regarded as one at war with God until he feels contrition and seeks forgiveness. Nothing deprives man of divine blessings or excites divine wrath against him more easily than cruelty. Hence it is that God listens to the voice of the oppressed and waylays the oppressor. The common man. Maintain justice in administration and impose it on your own self, and seek the consent of the people, for the discontent of the masses sterilizes the contentment of the privileged few, and the discontent of the few loses itself in the contentment of the many. Remember, the privileged few will not rally round you in moments of difficulties. They will try to sidetrack justice. They will ask for more than what they deserve, and will show no gratitude for favors done to them. They will feel restive in the face of trials, and will offer no regret for their shortcomings. It is the common man who is the strength of the state and religion. It is he who fights the enemy. So live in close contact with the masses and be mindful of their welfare. Keep at a distance one who peers into the weaknesses of others. After all, the masses are not free from weaknesses. It is the duty of the ruler to shield them. Do not bring to light that which is hidden, but try to remove those weaknesses which have been brought to light. God is watchful of everything that is hidden from you, and He alone will deal with it. To the best of your ability, cover the weaknesses of the public, and God will cover the weaknesses in you, which you are anxious to keep away from their eye. Unloose the tangle of mutual hatred between the public and the administration, and remove all those causes which may give rise to strained relations between them. Protect yourself from every such act as may not be quite correct for you. Do not make haste in seeking confirmation of tale-telling, for the tale-teller is a deceitful person, appearing in the garb of a friend. The counsellors. Never take counsel of a miser, for he will vitiate your magnanimity and frighten you of poverty. Do not take the advice of a coward either, for he will weaken your resolve. Do not take counsel of the greedy, for he will instill greed in you and turn you into a tyrant. Miserliness, cowardice, and greed deprive man of his trust in God. The worst of counsellors is he who has served as a counsellor to unjust rulers and shared in their crimes. So never let men who have been companions of tyrants or shared their crimes be your counsellors. You can get better men than these, men gifted with intelligence and foresight, but unpolluted by sin, men who have never aided a tyrant in his tyranny or a criminal in his crime. Such men will never be a burden on you. On the other hand, they will be a source of help and strength to you at all times. They will be friends to you and strangers to your enemies. Choose such men alone for companionship both in privacy and in public. Even among those, show preference to them who have a habitual regard for truth, however trying to you at times their truth may prove to be, and who offer you no encouragement in the display of tendencies which God does not like his friends to develop. Keep close to you the upright and the God-fearing, and make clear to them that they are never to flatter you, and never to give you credit for any good that you may not have done. For the tolerance of flattery and unhealthy praise stimulates pride in man and makes him arrogant. Do not treat the good and the bad alike. That will deter the good from doing good and encourage the bad in their bad pursuits. Recompense everyone according to their deserts. Remember that mutual trust and goodwill between the ruler and the ruled are bred only through benevolence, justice, and service. So, cultivate goodwill among the people, for their goodwill alone will save you from troubles. Your benevolence to them will be repaid by their trust in you, and your ill treatment by their ill will. Do not disregard the noble traditions established by our forebears, which have promoted harmony and progress among the people. And do not initiate anything which might minimize their usefulness. The men who had established these noble traditions have had their reward, but responsibility will be yours if they are disturbed. Try always to learn something from the experience of the learned and wise, and frequently consult them in state matters, so that you might maintain the peace and goodwill which your predecessors had established in the land. The different classes of people. Remember that the people are composed of different classes. The progress of one is dependent on the progress of every other, and none can afford to be independent of the other. We have the army formed of the soldiers of God. We have our civil officers and their establishments, our judiciary, our revenue collectors, and our public relations officers. The general public itself consists of Muslims and other subjects, and among them of merchants and craftsmen, the unemployed and the indigent. God has prescribed for them their rights, duties, and obligations. They are all defined and preserved in the Holy Quran and in the traditions of his Prophet. The army, by the grace of God, is like a fortress to the people and lends dignity to the state. It upholds the prestige of the faith and maintains the peace of the country. Without it, the state cannot stand. In its turn, it cannot stand without the support of the state. Our soldiers have proved strong before the enemy because of the privilege God has given them to fight for him. But they have their material needs to fulfill and have therefore to depend upon the income provided for them from the state revenue. The military and civil population who pay revenue both need the cooperation of others, the judiciary, civil officers, and their establishment. The judge administers civil and criminal law. The civil officers collect revenue and attend to civil administration with the assistance of their establishment. And then there are the tradesmen and the merchants who add to the revenue of the state. It is they who run the markets and are in a better position than others to discharge social obligations. Then there is the class of the poor and the needy, whose maintenance is an obligation on the other classes. God has given appropriate opportunity of service to one and all. Then there are the rights of all these classes over the administration, which the administrator has to meet with an eye on the good of the entire population. A duty which he cannot fulfill properly unless he takes personal interest in its execution and seeks help from God. Indeed, it is obligatory on him to impose this duty on himself and to bear with patience the inconveniences and difficulties incidental to his task. The Army. Be particularly mindful of the welfare of those in the army who, in your opinion, are staunchly faithful to their God and the Prophet and loyal to their chief, and who, in the hour of passion, can restrain themselves and listen coolly to sensible remonstrance, and who can succour the weak and smite the strong, with whom violent provocation will not throw into violent temper, and who will not falter at any stage. Keep yourself in close contact with the families of established reputation and integrity, with a glorious past, and draw to yourself men brave and upright in character, generous and benevolent in disposition, for such are the salt of society. Care for them with the tenderness with which you care for your children, and do not talk before them of any good that you might have done to them, nor disregard any expression of affection which they show in return, for such conduct inspires loyalty, devotion, and goodwill. Attend to every little of their wants, not resting content with what general help that you might have given to them, for sometimes timely attention to a little want of theirs brings them immense relief. Surely these people will not forget you in your own hour of need. It behoves you to select for your Commander-in-Chief one who imposes on himself as a duty the task of rendering help to his men, and who can excel in kindness in every other officer who has to attend to the needs of the men under him, and look after their families when they are away from their homes, so much so that the entire army should feel united in their joys and in their sorrows. The unity of purpose will give them added strength against the enemy. Continue to maintain a kindly attitude towards them, so that they might feel attached to you. The fact is that the real happiness of the administrators and their most pleasant comfort lies in establishing justice in the state and maintaining affectionate relations with the people. Their sincerity of feeling is expressed in the love and regard they show to you, on which alone depends the safety of the administrators. Your advice to the army will be of no avail unless and until you show affection to both men and officers, in order that they might not regard the government as an oppressive burden or contribute to its downfall. Continue to satisfy their needs and praise them over and over again for what services they have rendered. Such an attitude, God willing, will inspire the brave to braver actions and induce the timid to deeds of bravery. Try to enter into the feelings of others, and do not foist the mistake of one over another, and do not grudge dispensing appropriate rewards. See to it you do not show favors to one who has done nothing but merely counts on his family position, and do not withhold proper rewards from one who has done great deeds simply because he holds a low position in life. The real guidance. Turn to God and to His Prophet for guidance whenever you feel uncertain as to what you have to do. There is a commandment of God delivered to those people who He wishes to guide aright. O people of the faith, obey God and obey His Prophet and those from amongst you who hold authority over you, and refer to God and His Prophet whenever there is a difference of opinion among you. To turn to God is in reality to consult the Book of God, and to turn to the Prophet is to follow his universally accepted traditions. Chief Justice. Select as your Chief Justice from the people one who is by far the best among them. one who is not obsessed with domestic worries, one who cannot be intimidated, one who does not err too often, one who does not turn back from a right path once he finds it, one who is not self-centered or avaricious, one who will not decide before knowing full facts, one who will weigh with care every attendant doubt, and pronounce a clear verdict after taking everything into full consideration, one who will not grow restive over the arguments of advocates, and one who will examine with patience every new disclosure of fact, and who will be strictly impartial in his decision, one who flattery cannot mislead, or one who does not exult over his position. But it is not easy to find such men. Once you have selected the right man for the office, pay him handsomely enough to let him live in comfort and in keeping with his position, enough to keep him above temptations. Give him a position in your court so high none can even dream of coveting it, and so high that neither backbiting nor intrigue can touch him. Subordinate judiciary. Beware! The utmost carefulness is to be exercised in its selection, for it is this high office which adventurous self-seekers aspire to secure and exploit in their selfish interests. After the selection of your chief judge, give careful consideration to the selection of other officers. Confirm them in their appointments after approved apprenticeship and probation. Never select men for responsible posts either out of any regard for personal connections or under any influence, for that might lead to injustice and corruption. Of these, select for higher posts men of experience, men firm in faith and belonging to good families. Such men will not fall an easy prey to temptations and will discharge their duties with an eye on the abiding good of others. Increase their salaries to give them a contented life. A contented living is a help to self-purification. They will not feel the urge to tax the earnings of their subordinates for their own upkeep. They will then have no excuse either to go against your instructions or misappropriate state funds. Keep a watch over them without their knowledge. Perchance they may develop true honesty and true concern for the public welfare. But whenever any of them is accused of dishonesty and the guilt is confirmed by the report of your secret service, then regard this as a sufficient to convict him. Let the punishment be corporal, and let that be dealt in the public at an appointed place of degradation. Revenue administration. Great care is to be exercised in revenue administration to ensure the prosperity of those who pay the revenue to the state, for on their prosperity depends the prosperity of others, particularly of the masses. Indeed, the state exists on its revenue. You should regard the proper upkeep of the land in cultivation as of greater importance than the collection of revenue, for revenue cannot be derived except by making the land productive. He who demands revenue without helping the cultivator to improve his land inflicts unmerited hardship on the cultivator and ruins the state. The rule of such a person does not last long. If the cultivators ask for a reduction in their land tax for having suffered from epidemics, drought, excessive rainfall, soil infertility, floods impairing the fertility of the land, or the cause of crop damage, then reduce the tax accordingly, so that their condition may improve. Do not mind the loss of revenue on that account, for that will return to you one day manyfold in the hour of greater prosperity of the land, and enable you to improve the condition of your towns and to raise the prestige of your state. You will be the object of universal praise. The people will believe in your sense of justice. The confidence which they will place in you, in consequence, will prove your strength, as they will be found ready to share your burdens. You may settle down on the land any number of people, but discontent will overtake them if the land is not improved. The cause of the cultivators' ruin is the rulers who are bent feverishly on accumulating wealth at all costs, out of the fear that their rule might not last long. Such are the people who do not learn from examples or precedents. Clerical establishment. Keep an eye on your establishment and on your scribes. Select the best among them for your confidential correspondence, such among these as possess high character and deserve your full confidence, men who may not exploit their privileged position to go against you, who may not grow neglectful of their duties, who, in the drafting of treaties, may not succumb to external temptation and harm your interests, or fail to render you proper assistance and to save you from trouble, who, in carrying out their duties, can realize their serious responsibilities. For he who does not realize his own responsibilities can hardly appraise the responsibilities of others. Do not select men for such work merely on the strength of your first impressions, of your affection or good faith. For as a matter of fact, the pretensions of a good many who are really devoid of honesty and good breeding may cheat even the intelligence of rulers. Selection should be made after due probation, which should be the test of righteousness. In making direct appointments from people, see to it that those selected possess influence with the people and who enjoy the reputation of being honest, for such selection is agreeable to God and the ruler. For every department of administration, let there be a head, whom no trying task might cause worry and no pressure of work annoy. Remember, every weakness of any one among your establishment and scribes, which you may overlook, will be written down against you in your scroll of deeds. Trade and industry. Treat businessmen and artisans well, and advise others to do likewise. Some of them live in towns, while some move from place to place with their wares and tools, earning their living by manual labor. Trade and industry are the real sources of profit to the state and the suppliers of consumer goods. While the general public is not inclined to bear the strain, those engaged in these professions take the trouble to collect commodities from far and near, from land and across the sea, from mountains and forests, and naturally derive benefits. It is this class of peace-loving people from whom no disturbance need be feared. They love peace and order. Indeed, they are incapable of creating disorder. Visit every part of the country and establish personal contact with this class and inquire into their condition. But bear in mind that a good many of them are intensely greedy and are inured to bad dealings. They hoard grain and try to sell it at a high price, and this is most harmful to the public. It is a blot on the name of the ruler not to fight this evil. Prevent them from hoarding, for the Prophet of God had prohibited it. See to it that trade is carried on with the utmost ease, that the scales are evenly held, and that prices are so fixed that neither the seller nor the buyer is put to a loss. If, in spite of your warning, anyone should go against your commands and commit the crime of hoarding, then deal with him appropriately with a severe punishment. The poor. Beware, fear God when dealing with the problem of the poor, who have none to patronize them, who are forlorn, indigent, helpless, and are greatly torn in mind, victims of the vicissitudes of time. Among them are some who do not question their lot in life, and who, notwithstanding their misery, do not go about seeing arms. For God's sake, safeguard their rights, for on you rests the responsibility of protecting their interests. Assign for their uplift a portion of the state exchequer, Bayt al-Mal, wherever they may be, whether close at hand or far away from you. The rights of the two should be equal in your eye. Do not let any preoccupation slip them from your mind, for no excuse whatsoever for the disregard of their rights will be acceptable to God. Do not treat their interests as of less importance than your own, and never keep them outside the purview of your important considerations, and mark the persons who look down upon them, and of whose conditions they keep you in ignorance. Select from among your officers such men as are meek and God-fearing, who can keep you properly informed of the condition of the poor. Make such provision for these poor people as shall not oblige you to offer an excuse before God on the day of judgment, for it is this selection of the people which, more than any other, deserves benevolent treatment. Seek your reward from God by giving to each of them what is due to him, and enjoin on yourselves as a sacred duty the task of meeting the needs of such aged among them as have no independent means of livelihood, and are averse to seek alms. The discharge of this duty is what usually proves very tiring to rulers, but is very welcome to societies which are gifted with foresight. It is only such societies or nations who truly carry out with equanimity their covenant with God to discharge their duty to the poor. Open conferences. Meet the oppressed and the lowly periodically in an open conference and conscious of the divine presence there. Have a heart-to-heart talk with them, and let none from your armed guard or civil officers or members of the police or the intelligence department be by your side, so that the representatives of the poor might state their grievances fearlessly and without reserve. For I have heard the prophet of God say that no nation or society in which the strong do not discharge their duty to the weak will occupy a high position. Bear with composure any strong language which they may use, and do not get annoyed if they cannot state their case lucidly. Even so, God will open for you his door of blessings and rewards. Whatever you can give to them, give it ungrudgingly, and whatever you cannot afford to give, make that clear to them in utmost sincerity. There are certain things which call for prompt action. One of them is correspondence regarding the redress of grievances which your heedless staff have been unable to tackle. See to it that petitions or applications that are submitted for your consideration are brought to your notice without any delay, however much your officers might try to intercede them. Dispose of the day's work that very day, for the coming day will bring with it its own tasks. Communion with God. Do not forget to set apart the best of your time for communion with God, although every moment of yours is for him only, provided it is spent sincerely in the service of your people. The special time that you give to prayer is to be devoted to the performances of the prescribed daily prayers. Keep yourself engaged in these prayers, both in the day and in the night, and to gain perfect communion, do not, as far as possible, let your prayers grow tiresome. When you lead in congregational prayer, do not let your prayer be so lengthy as to cause discomfort to the congregation or raise in them the feeling of dislike for it, or liquidate its effect. For in the congregation there may be invalids, and also those who have to attend pressing matters of their own. When, on receiving an order to proceed to Yemen, I asked of the Prophet of God how I should lead the people there in prayer, he said, "Perform your prayers even as the weakest among you would do, and set an example of consideration to the faithful." Aloofness not desirable. Alongside the observance of all that I have said, bear one thing in mind. Never, for any length of time, keep yourself aloof from the people, for to do so is to keep oneself ignorant of their affairs. It develops in the ruler a wrong perspective, and renders him unable to distinguish between what is important and what is not, between right and wrong, and between truth and falsehood. The ruler is, after all, human, and he cannot form a correct view of anything which is out of sight. There is no distinctive sign attached to truth which may enable one to distinguish between the different varieties of truth and falsehood. The fact is that you must be one of two things. Either you are just or unjust. If you are just, then you will not keep yourself away from the people, but will listen to them and meet their requirements. But if you are unjust, the people themselves will keep away from you. What virtue is there in your keeping aloof? At all events, aloofness is not desirable, especially when it is your duty to attend to the needs of the people. Complaints of oppression by your officers or petitions for justice should not prove irksome to you. Make this clear to yourself, that those immediately about and around you will like to exploit their position to covet what belongs to others and commit acts of injustice. Suppress such a tendency in them. Make a rule of your conduct never to give even a small piece of land to any of your relations. That will prevent them from causing harm to the interests of others and save you from courting the disapprobation of both God and man. Deal justice squarely, regardless of whether one is a relation or not. If any of your relations or companions violates the law, mete out the punishment prescribed by law, however painful it might be to you personally, for it will be all to the good of the state. If at any time people suspect that you have been unjust to them in any respect, disclose your mind to them and remove their suspicions. In this way your mind will get attuned to the sense of justice, and people will begin to love you. It will also fulfill your wish that you should enjoy their confidence. Peace and treaties. Bear in mind that you do not throw away the offer of peace which your enemy may himself make. Accept it, for that will please God. Peace is a source of comfort to the army. It reduces your worries and promotes order in the state. But beware, be on your guard when the peace is signed for. Certain types of enemies propose terms of peace just to lull you into a sense of security, only to attack you again when you are off your guard. So you should exercise the utmost vigilance on your part, and place no undue faith in their protestations. But if under the peace treaty you have accepted any obligations, discharge those obligations scrupulously. It is a trust and must be faithfully upheld, and whenever you have promised anything, keep it with all the strength that you command. For whatever differences of opinion might exist on other matters, there is nothing so noble as the fulfillment of a promise. This is recognized even among non-Muslims, for they know the dire consequences which follow from breaking of covenants. So never make excuses in discharging your responsibilities, and never break a promise, nor cheat your enemy. For breach of promise is an act against God, and none except the positively wicked acts against God. Indeed, divine promises are a blessing spread over all mankind. The promise of God is a refuge sought after, even by the most powerful on earth, for there is no risk of being cheated. So do not make any promise from which you may afterwards offer excuses to retract, nor go back upon what you have confirmed to abide by, nor break it, however galling it may at first prove to be. For it is far better to wait in patience for wholesome results to follow than to break it out of any apprehensions. Beware! Abstain from shedding blood without a valid cause. There is nothing more harmful than this which brings about one's ruin. The blood that is wilfully shed shortens the life of a state. On the day of judgment, it is this crime for which one will have to answer first. So beware! Do not wish to build the strength of your state on blood, for it is this blood which ultimately weakens the state and passes it into other hands. Before me and my God, no excuse for wilful killing can be entertained. Murder is a crime which is punishable by death. If on any account the corporal punishment dealt by the state for any lesser crime results in the death of the guilty, let not the prestige of the state stand in any way of the deceased relations claiming compensation. Last instructions. Do not make haste to do a thing before its time, nor put it off when the right moment arrives. Do not insist on doing a wrong thing, nor show slackness in rectifying a wrong thing. Perform everything in its proper time, and let everything occupy its proper place. When the people as a whole agree upon a thing, do not impose your own will on them, and do not neglect to discharge the responsibility that rests on you in consequence. For the eyes of the people will be on you, and you are answerable for whatever you do to them. The slightest dereliction of duty will bring its own retribution. Keep your anger under control, and keep your hands and tongue in check. Whenever you fall into anger, try to restrain yourself, or else you will simply increase your worries. It is imperative on you to study carefully the principles which have inspired just and good rulers who have gone before you. Give close thought to the example of our Prophet, his traditions, and the commandments of the Holy Quran, and whatever you might have assimilated from my own way of dealing with things. Endeavor to the best of your ability to carry out the instructions which I have given you here, and which you have solemnly undertaken to follow. By means of this order, I enjoin on you not to succumb to the prompting of your own heart, or to turn away from the discharge of duties entrusted to you. I seek the refuge of the mighty, of the Almighty, and of His limitless sphere of blessings, and invite you to pray with me that He may give us together the grace willingly to surrender our will to His will, and to enable us to acquit ourselves before Him and His creation, so that mankind might cherish our memory and our work survive. I seek of God the culmination of His blessings, and pray that He may grant you and me His grace and the honor of martyrdom in His cause. Verily, we have to return to Him. I invoke His. Al-Waiza Rashida Nur Muhammad Hunzai, the author of this article, has spent her entire professional career in education. She has a BA Honours, Hull University, England, and a PGCE, Bristol University, and a MEd, McGill University, Canada. Her publications include the chapter on Islam in Faiths for a Future, published by the Religious Education and Environment Programme, 1998, Norwich. Co-author of The Holy Ahl al-Bayt in the Prophetic Traditions, Karachi, 2012, and A Bridge Between Two Epochs on Maulana Sultan Muhammad Shah. She has helped her husband, Dr. Fakir Muhammad Hunzai, to translate into English some 60 works on the esoteric dimension of Islam, written by Allama Nasir al-Din Nasir Hunzai.